Universitas Brawijaya Televisi Malang.
Regional and Urban Planning Department, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya, present.
Attention please to all participants of the 5th ICPU 2021. The conference will start immediately.
Mohon perhatian kepada seluruh peserta The 5th ICPU 2021, acara akan segera dimulai.
Dear fellow esteemed academicians of the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya, honorable keynote speakers and participants, good morning. Welcome to the 5th International Conference Planning in the Era of Uncertainty 2021.
Kepada yang terhormat seluruh akademisi dari jurusan Perencanaan Wilayah dan Kota Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, yang terhormat keynote speakers dan seluruh peserta. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di acara The 5th International Conference Planning in the Era of Uncertainty 2021.
My name is Kathleen Meira Berta.
Nama saya Amala Iqbar Farah.
And we are the Master of Ceremony of today's event.
Kami berdua akan memandu acara pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we enter today's conference, we would like to inform you the highlights of the conference.
Sebelum memulai acara, kami akan menginformasikan beberapa highlight untuk kegiatan hari ini.
Starting with the first keynote speech, continued with the second keynote speech, and after that, we will have a break. And soon after the break, we will have the parallel session.
Dimulai dari keynote speech pertama, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan sesi keynote speech kedua, kemudian break dan dilanjutkan dengan sesi paralel.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to create a safe and conducive environment for our event, we would like to inform you the evacuation step that you must take in case of a disaster.
Hadirin sekalian, untuk menciptakan suasana yang aman dan kondusif pada acara kita hari ini, kami akan menginformasikan langkah evakuasi yang harus Anda lakukan ketika menghadapi bencana.
If you face a natural disaster, such as, but not limited to, the earthquake, flood, volcano eruption, or even the tsunami, please hide under the hard surface, then take the closest evacuation route that appears on your current place.
Jika Anda menghadapi bencana alam seperti gempa bumi, banjir, gunung meletus, atau bahkan tsunami, segeralah berlindung di bawah benda dengan permukaan yang keras, kemudian dengan tenang mengambil rute evakuasi yang ada di lokasi Anda masing-masing.
And if you face a man-made disaster, such as, but not limited to, the fire, please take the closest evacuation route and release your belongings that may be burned.
Jika Anda menghadapi bencana buatan seperti kebakaran, segeralah mengambil rute evakuasi terdekat dan tinggalkan barang-barang di sekitar Anda yang mudah terbakar.
So, before jumping to the next agenda, we would like to thank our sponsors for today's event, which are Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, and Bantex Indonesia.
Sebelum kita melanjutkan ke sesi selanjutnya, kami ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor hari ini, yaitu Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, dan Bantex Indonesia.
Lastly, please take a very comfortable seat and enjoy our event.
Terakhir, selamat menikmati dan menyaksikan acara kita pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now hear Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To all participants, please pay tribute to Indonesia's national anthem, which will begin shortly.
Hadirin sekalian, selanjutnya akan dikumandangkan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Kepada seluruh hadirin mohon untuk menghormati lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dimulai sesaat lagi.
Thank you for paying tribute to Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya.
Terima kasih atas kesediaan Anda telah menghormati lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to move on to the next phase of the session, which is the opening remarks from the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya. For Professor Hadi Suyono, the time is yours.
Acara selanjutnya adalah penyampaian sambutan yang menandai dimulainya acara pada hari ini. Sambutan yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Dekan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya. Kepada Profesor Hadi Suyono, kami persilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Nufil Hanani RMS, the Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Dr. Alan Niam, the Honorable Head of Urban and Regional Planning Departments, Dr. Abdul Wahid Hasim, our guest of honor who become our today's keynote speakers, Dr. Engineer Muhammad Basuki Hadi Mulyono, MSc, the Minister of Public Work and Housing of Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Emil Elistianto Darda, MSc, the Vice Governor of East Java Province, Indonesia, Dr. Suprapedi M. Eng from the Ministry of Rural Development and Transmigrations of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Kobayashi Kiyoshi from Kyoto University, Japan, Associate Professor Kenishiro Onitsuka from Kyoto University, Japan, Professor Murakami Keisuke from Miyazaki University, Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Christia Mediana from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia, Dr. Joe Raffets from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom, and all participants of the 5th International Conference Planning in the Era of Uncertainty 2021. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to our conference, ICP EU 2021. We are so glad to have you all in this occasion today. We appreciate your online presence at these very difficult times because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been lasting for more than 1 year, not only in Indonesia, but also around the world. We are currently enduring the hardest time facing this crisis. The overall pattern so far has been one of increasing cases of COVID-19. Some countries and regions that saw a high number of coronavirus infections early ones, followed by a decline, are having a second wave of increased cases. Government and community leaders strongly mandate mask wearing and physical distancing in public areas, or even dictate a pandemic emergency and establish a lockdown. We are still struggling to fight against this virus and being forced to quickly adapt our habits and activities to the continuously changing conditions. The challenging time of uncertainty must be handled and responded using smart solutions and various breakthroughs. Result of studies and innovations in various sectors are highly required. In response to this situation, the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya also continues make adjustment and improvements by conducting most of the academic activities so much as possible through the online method. The fifth International Conference Planning in the Era of Uncertainty 2021, organized by our departments of Urban and Regional Planning, is also held virtually. However, I am confident that idea and knowledge sharing can still be well executed. This year, the fifth conference, ICPU, unites us under the global themes of rural urbans connectivity with a wide range of themes in this field of smart and green spatial infrastructure, creative human settlements, and sustainable urban development, and approaches the resilient regional development. In my opinion, this conference theme is very relevant to the global situation we are facing nowadays. I am sure that this forum will become a significant contribution to the global world in the matter. To all our keynote speakers, on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya, I greatly thank and appreciate your sharing experience and expertises in this fifth ICPU forum. Finally, I wish all participants successful and fruitful conference, good health, prosperity, and good luck. May God Almighty guide us all in carrying out our respective role and realizing our contributions in the society. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning.
Thank you for the opening speech, Prof. Hadi Suyono.
Terima kasih atas sambutan yang diberikan Prof. Hadi Suyono.
Ladies and gentlemen, the The second opening speech will be brought to you by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Brawijaya. For Professor Dr. Aulani Am, the time is yours.
Sambutan yang kedua akan disampaikan oleh Wakil Rektor Bidang Akademik Universitas Brawijaya. Kepada Profesor Dr. Aulani Am, kami persilakan.
Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya and organizing committee, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all delegates of the first International Conference on Planning 2021 hosted by Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya. Especially, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to Bapak Muhammad Basuki Hadimuljono, Minister of Public Works and Housing, Republik Indonesia, Vice Governor of East Java Province, Bapak Dr. Emil Elsianto Dardak, Bapak Dr. Suprapedi from Minister of Development and Transmigration of Republik Indonesia, Professor Kobayashi Yoshi and Professor Konishiro Otsuka from Kyoto University, Professor Murakami Keisuke from Miyazaki University, Dr. Christian Medina from Universitas Brawijaya, and Dr. Ju Revert from Universitas of Manchester. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the conference committee, Dr. Abdul Wahid Hashim, as a head of Urban and Regional Planning Department, and the Dean of Engineering Faculty, Prof. Hadi Suyono, for organizing this international conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, due to this pandemic COVID-19, Universitas Brawijaya adapts with every aspect both in academic and non-academic activities. As part of our adaptation in academic activities, we have arranged many online lectures for students and discussion since the beginning of the COVID-19 in era pandemic. The international conference also provides a platform where national and international academia or researchers, policy makers, and stakeholders to translate technology, to exchange ideas, and to help stimulate international collaboration. This international conference is also one of the forms of our adaptation in this pandemic COVID-19. As well, we know the COVID-19 pandemic is still ongoing. The COVID-19 pandemic has deconstructed various dimensions of life, thus changing our lifestyle. Today, in this conference, of course, we are from various places, but still meet virtually and this conference to enrich our insight and knowledge. In addition, collaboration between Universitas Brawijaya and other universities, both from Indonesia and overseas, can be continued. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference should bring advantage for all participants. They will learn many new aspects of research in the related topic, either from keynote and invited speaker, or also general participant. So, on this occasion, I would like to sincerely thank to the Dean of Engineering Faculty, Universitas Brawijaya, all members of organizing committee who have provided meaningful help and assistance for the implementation of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, today it is an especially great moment for us to have such world-class speakers and distinguished participants for our conference. And last but not least, I would like to thank to all the conference participants who will contribute to making this most memorable event. Again, welcome to this conference, all participants, and please have a nice and enjoy this international conference with a great beneficial for us. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the opening speech, Prof. Aulani Am.
Terima kasih atas sambutan yang diberikan Prof. Aulani Am.
Ladies and gentlemen, by the end of the previous speech, ICPU 2021 is officially started.
Dengan berakhirnya sambutan, maka ICPU 2021 telah resmi dibuka.
Ladies and gentlemen, since this event is officially started, it is now the time for the opening prayer session. Let's pray together and hoping that our event will run smoothly from beginning to end.
Kepada seluruh peserta, dengan dibukanya acara pada hari ini, kini saatnya menuju ke sesi doa agar acara kita hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar dari awal hingga akhir.
For the opening prayer session, we will give the floor to Dr. Fadli Usman to lead the prayer.
Sesi doa ini akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Fadli Usman.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today is Arafah Day, good day for dua. Let's make pray for this conference. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antas samiul alim. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minadh dhalimin. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minadh dhalimin. La ilaha illa anta subhanaka inni kuntu minadh dhalimin. Allahumma inni dhalamtu nafsi dhulman katsira la yaghfiru dzunuba illa anta. Allahumma ighfir li maghfiratan min 'indik innaka antal ghafurur rahim. Rabbana dhalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Dr. Fadli for leading the prayer.
Terima kasih Bapak Fadli Usman telah memimpin sesi doa.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the welcoming dance performance. It is the traditional dance of Java named Tari Jajar. Jajar dance comes from Banyuwangi. This traditional dance is the work of artist Sumitro Hadi. The main point of Jajar dance is to give a warm welcome to the honorable guests. Please enjoy this performance.
Selanjutnya adalah sesi tarian selamat datang. Tarian selamat datang ini adalah tarian daerah dari Jawa, yaitu tari jajar. Tari jajar berasal dari Banyuwangi. Tarian ini merupakan hasil karya seniman Sumitro Hadi. Inti utama dari tari jajar ialah untuk menyambut tamu atau mengucapkan selamat datang. Selamat menyaksikan.
Wow! dimulai. Satu kepala, dua pundak, mengisarnya bokongnya sekarang dimulai.
What a very great performance by the dancers.
Sebuah penampilan yang luar biasa dari para penari.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the first highlight of this event, which is the first keynote speech. This keynote speech will be given by two speakers. But before we start, we would like to announce that this event is officially sponsored by Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, and Bantex Indonesia.
Selanjutnya kita akan memasuki acara inti pertama, yaitu keynote speech yang akan disampaikan oleh dua pembicara. Namun sebelum melanjutkan ke sesi selanjutnya, kita ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada sponsor hari ini, yaitu Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, dan Bantex Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will temporarily give the time and place to our moderator, Mrs. Ismu Rini Dwi Ari, to lead this session. Mrs. Ismu was pursuing her degree majoring in Architecture Universitas Brawijaya, graduated in 1991. She continued her education to pursue master degree in city planning, Institut Teknologi Bandung, graduated in 1995. And her latest educational experience is graduated from Kyoto University, majoring in urban management, and got her PhD in 2011. Mrs. Ismu worked as the lecturer and deputy head department and in Universitas Gunadarma from 1996 until 1999, and currently serving as the lecturer and deputy head department in University of Brawijaya from 1999. She also recently been involved in Indonesia KPBU Professional Expert Association from the year 2020 until now. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Mrs. Ismu Rini Dwi Ari.
Thank you very much. Hope you could hear my voice very clear.
Yes, it is audible, Miss.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our 5th ICPU Conference 2021. For the first parallel session, for the first keynote speaker session, we will have two very excellent keynote speeches. First, we will listen about 30 minutes from Bapak Muhammad Zainal Fatah, General Secretary of Ministry of Public Works and Housing, on behalf of the Minister. And the second one, we will listen another keynote speech from Professor Kiyoshi Kobayashi from Kyoto University. This session will be divided into two. Firstly, we will listen from the two keynote speakers. Each of them will deliver their speech for 30 minutes. Then the second second part, we will listen. We will have a discussion. For the first keynote speech, I would like to invite Bapak Muhammad Zainal Fatah. He is one of our alumni from agriculture faculty, and he has a very excellent work experience. Until currently, he reached his position as General Secretary of Ministry of Public Works and Housing. So without further ado, the next 30 minutes is yours, sir.
Thank you, Ibu Ismu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. The Honorable Rector of Brawijaya University, Professor Mufil Hanani, who on this occasion have represented by Ibu Aulaniam, Vice Rector, Dean of Engineering Faculty, Professor Hadi Suyono, Head of Regional and Urban Planning Department, Dr. Wahid Hasim, Professor Kobayashi Kiyoshi from Kyoto University, and Professor Murakami Keisuke from University of Miyazaki, Honorable Mr. Emil, Vice Governor of East Java Province, and my colleague Dr. Suprapedi from Ministry of Rural Development and Transmigration, and the Honorable Speaker and Moderator, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On the first occasion, I would like to extend apologies for the absence of Mr. Minister at this event, because there is a cabinet meeting in this morning, even though previously he had prepared a keynote. On this occasion, please allow me to convey his keynote for this session. Good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to join all of you here on the opening session of 5th International Conference Planning in the Era of Uncertainty, organized by the Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Engineering Faculty, Brawijaya University. My enormous appreciation to the organizing committee for arranging this important conference. Also to all distinguished speakers and participants in the midst of second wave of an extraordinary COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, and New Urban Agenda have provided guiding frameworks for world cities in the pursuit of their respective national urban development, and also for cooperation among countries. Infrastructure planning and urban development are among the key areas in SDGs and UA. Scientists agree that urbanization phenomenon is nowadays no longer seen as a problem, but rather huge opportunities. In 2020, Indonesia's urban population is estimated to reach 153 million people, or around 57% of country's total population. And it will continue to increase to about 67% in 2035. Urbanization is perceived as a way to improve better wealth. With development of Indonesian cities and metropolitans, it will contribute significantly to the growth of gross domestic product per capita. However, according to the World Bank study in 2019, Indonesia has not been able to take the most advantages of urbanization. As compared to its country peers, the rate of increase in GDP per capita in Indonesia is around 4% for every 1% increase of urbanization growth. The figure is smaller than India, around 13% contribution to the GDP per capita, China 10%, and Thailand 7%. The increase in income in urban area is not necessarily in line with better welfare, as the real consumer price index also rising, the real wage remain stagnant. It reflects that we need to manage urbanization more optimally to create better efficiency and productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, we understand the need to advance urban and regional planning. While in contrast, poor planning results in increased cost of living and decreased urban productivity. The issues of inefficient land use, unaffordable housing, environmental damage, traffic congestion, and high risk of multiple disasters, flooding, tsunamis, earthquakes, landslide, etc., are common. Recently, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, former Minister of Planning, has proposed the concept of livable metropolitan city to improve urban and regional welfare. Livability itself, according to the partner of livable communities, is the idea of a city that can increase the people quality of the life through provision of affordable urban services, include sport and health facilities, school, and infrastructure. The development of metropolitan city is aimed at creating economic agglomeration to facilitate mobilities, to manage densities, to provide job opportunities and income generation. According to Professor Bojonegoro, the livable metropolitan concept refers to creating an urban area with affordable living costs while people have relatively high income. It is based on three main pillars, namely the availability of inclusive public facilities and services, a competitive economy, and supportive regulation and government. Distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, besides urbanization, Indonesia is also facing the problem of unequal development between Java and other islands, as well as between urban and rural development. The main question is how to distribute welfare, as well as we all understand that Java Island is dominant to other islands, and the gap between metropolitan cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, and Semarang, and rural areas is extremely high. In order to overcome such inequality, the phenomenon of urbanization in Java needs to be more controlled, while at the same time providing opportunities and encouraging greater urbanization process outside Java. To achieve this objective, National Development Planning (Bappenas) is currently focusing on certain metropolitans, such as Medan, Palembang, Banjarmasin, Makassar, Manado, and Denpasar. All the metropolitan cities will be supported by better urban and regional infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2015, the government, through the Ministry of Public Work and Housing, has been undertaking multiple projects to strengthen regional connectivity in Sumatra, Sulawesi, Kalimantan, and even Papua Island. It includes the development of road, bridge, and toll roads in order to balance the better regional connectivity in Java that has much improved. Improved connectivity has led to the concentration of socio-economic activities in the toll road corridor, such as Trans-Sumatra, Manado-Bitung, Balikpapan-Samarinda toll roads, that facilitate logistic movement to export imports outlet, like cities, harbor, and airport. It also supports efficient movement from center of rural production to processing industries that create more value added to our product. With such better efficiency, we can expect our country's competitiveness is also increasing. In parallel, we have also been able to see the development of industrial estates along toll road in several locations, such as South Corridor of Trans-Sumatra, Panjang Port, Lampung, Makassar New Port, Bitung Port, and Balikpapan Port. The same way has also happened in Papua, in line with the development of Trans-Papua and border roads of Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, to overcome rural and urban development inequality, our ministry has carried out a number of basic infrastructure programs implemented under the community-based infrastruktur berbasis masyarakat, using Cash for Work scheme organized through community empowerment and participation. So that is contribute to poverty alleviation and reduce unemployment. The program has much significance during COVID-19 pandemic, in which many people seek job in order to survive from difficult economic situation. Several programs of IBM, namely Regional Socio-Economic Infrastructure Program, Community-Based Sanitation, Community-Based Provision of Drinking Water and Sanitation, the Reduce and Recycle Waste Management Unit, and Suspension Bridge for Rural Connectivity. Distinguished guests, next, I will address the concept of smart metropolis for Ibu Kota Negara, the capital cities. In August 2019, the President of Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, has stated to relocate the capital city of Indonesia to East Kalimantan province. Although we still need to wait until the parliament passes the law, we can take notes of underlying argument behind this big plan for Indonesia. That is much relevant to our conference today, namely the need to disperse the population more evenly across the country and to increase a balanced economic growth outside Java Island. New capital cities, IKN, development has a major role as a catalyst for the improvement of Indonesian human civilization, supported by three pillars. One, reflecting national identity. But two, ensuring social, economic, and environmental sustainability. And number three, creating a smart city, modern and with international standard. The three pillars have been main vision and goal of being an excellent representation of the nation progress, so that it can be an example for the other Indonesian cities development. Thus, the development of the IKN will bring improvement to Indonesia as a whole and evenly, not only from the infrastructure sector, but also to other sectors. The IKN Smart City concept consists of the following aspects. Number one is transformative to smart citizen to enhance life quality of its citizen and consistently conserve the environment, to foster innovation, to support productivity while taking care of the environment. The second aspect is adaptive for better future, to become more intelligent and adaptable to the future city, not only accommodating the latest techniques and technology of today in our infrastructure design and network. The third aspect is solutive to urban problems, to foster innovation ecosystem as platform that change people life, embracing all citizens inclusively. The fourth aspect is interrelated element to comprehensively adapt interrelated smart element of infrastructure, people, living, environment, mobility, governance, and economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my speech, let me highlight the following points. One, with diverse characteristic of region and their potential, urban and rural development must be carried out in an integrated and thematic manner, so that region and cities can perform optimally as an engine of growth. Number two, the smart city and livable metropolitan concept is worth to be applied as solution for Indonesia's future metropolitan and cities development. And the third one, the interdependence elements in rural areas, urbanized areas, and metropolitan needs to be further developed to find our genuine equilibrium that will guarantee our sustainable urban and rural development. I believe that this conference would serve an excellent forum for all participants to share and exchange knowledge and experience, and to promote further collaboration that would ultimately lead to our success in achieving advanced rural and urban development as well as livable metropolitan cities. Thank you. Billahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Minister of Public Work and Housing of Republic of Indonesia, M. Basuki Hadi Mulyano. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Zainal Fatah. Thank you very much for delivering the very promising future for Indonesia through infrastructure development under the Ministry of Public Work and Housing. For the participant, please prepare your question. We will have a discussion session. And then we will move to the second keynote speech from Professor Kiyoshi Kobayashi, Kyoto University. He has very excellent experience too, that we might learn a lot from him, not only related to his current position as a professor in Kyoto University, but also some of his important position, such as President of Muslim Global Tourism. And then, without further ado, I would like us for the committee to play the video, since Professor Kobayashi, due to the second shot of Moderna vaccine on Saturday, this morning he still feel a bit fever, but he will join the discussion session. The community, please help us to play the video.
Today is, I will talk on social connectivity, okay, in the post-COVID minute. Okay. Now, 緊張するね。Okay, let me start. Okay, the title of my presentation today is Smart Society in the Post-COVID-19 Arena. Okay, and so my name is Kiyoshi Kobayashi. Okay, and today, I will talk on social connectivity, okay, in the post-COVID-19 areas by using, the most advanced IoT technologies, IT technologies, and so on. Okay, now we are in the age of the digital societies, and now, everybody is accessible to smartphone, okay, which connect human being each other, and this is very, very, astonishing societies. I couldn't imagine, when I was kid, even a decade ago. Okay, so the smartphones is going to spread out 2005, 2006. Okay, now, everybody, including the senior generations, okay, is spending their times by use of smartphones. Okay, smartphones occupies, all the time slot, many time slots of human beings. Okay, this is a very fantastic, concept. Millennial generations. Okay, you may know these terms. Okay, those who are born between 1982 and 2000s. Okay, they are approaching, 30 years old. Okay, and millennial, these generations are called the millennial generations, Okay, and so they are becoming, major players in the societies, okay, for the consumptions as well as productions. Okay, and this new generation is very different from the senior generations. Among others, baby boomers, okay, those generations which are born just after Second World War. Okay, the most seniors, the senior persons, they are called the baby boomers. And millennials, young generations. And this figure characterizes the difference between the two different categories. Okay, but in interest time, I don't touch upon the detailed comparisons, but you can see, okay, you can understand very good characteristics of millenniums. Okay, but anyhow, they are very positives, actives in using, IoT technologies, simply because, when they are born, smartphones, IoT technologies had been available already. Okay, they are taken for granted for using, okay, virtual connections among human beings. Okay, and this is share smartphone penetrations by generations. Okay, baby boomers. Okay, so 60-80% of baby boomers are using, okay, smartphones. Silent generations, they are very, very senior back people. Okay, millennials, 83%. Okay, but it's astonishing, even baby boomer, okay, they are using smartphones. This means smartphones has become very, very, say fundamental vehicle for connectivities. Okay, and so this technology enable, connections and the people living in urban cities as well as rural regions, okay, and also urban and rural connections can be achieved by usage of smartphones. Okay, this is a virtual world, stories in the virtual world. Okay, at the same time, that is the questions, what is the connectivity in real world? Okay, we have to consider, okay, such issues. Okay, this is my favorite figures. Okay, favorite social media platforms by birth year. Okay, and this is the statistics observed in 2016. Okay, I know Indonesian people. Okay, you are very familiar with Facebook. Heavy Facebook users, okay, but in my country, Japan, okay, Facebook is a toy of senior persons, like me. Okay, younger generations, okay, they don't use Facebook. Instead, they are using, okay, Instagrams, YouTubes, okay, and this is. But this kind of figure can be seen all over the countries. Okay, so this means okay, younger generations, their medias or communications become more diversified. Okay, variety becomes very important roles. Okay. So now, this is very up-to-date stories, but something occurs in last year and this year's because of COVID-19. Okay, my questions today is, what is most up-to-date phenomena and the most up-to-date, okay, a big group for connectivity, communications, okay? And now, we learn the importance of social distance. Okay, keeping social distance is very important. But the city, okay, is a place for agglomerations, okay, to enjoy life, okay, to enjoy the amenity, people have to gather together, okay, to enjoy, collective commodities. But COVID-19 okay, cast a very significant doubt about these paradigms. Okay, how to keep a social distance in agglomerations, in collectivities. Okay, that is a new, challenging issues. We have to find out the technologies, okay, to resolve this kind of contradictions between social distance and the collectivities. Okay, now, becoming very important weapon to investigate the, okay, the potentialities of the society in the post-COVID areas. Okay, and this is supercomputer simulations. How virus, spread out, okay, between the people, okay, and what is the relevant distance, okay, social distance between people, okay, and how to avoid the outbreak of the COVID virus, okay, and this is tricky, okay, very difficult mathematical equation, the partial differential equations, okay, and with non-linearities. Okay, but now, supercomputer can solve, okay, this kind of issues, okay. And this is a supercomputer, okay, and the researchers in my university, Kyoto University, is now, say challenging, okay, big simulations, by use of supercomputers. Okay, but say availability of supercomputer is not only the COVID, say, propagations, but also, the human behavior. Human behavior is more complex to some extent. Okay, and this is very important, say, technologies. Okay, now, say, researchers all over the world, okay, now, say, it's a very tough competitions. They are, say, developing, say, simulation models. Okay, you can find, say, purple point. A purple point indicating a human being. Okay, and this is one shot of the, say, movie. Okay, but simulation model, okay, reproduce the behavior of the people, how people move around the cities. Okay, this kind of simulations is very important. Okay, we have to design the cities, okay, and we have to know, how people use, say, urban spaces. Okay, and movement simulation is becoming a very important weapon, okay, to give the very good design of the cities. Okay, this is also funny. Okay, what is the spaces post-COVID-19? There are a lot of competitions. Okay, this is say, presentations. The middle figure is a presentation by the people, by the government of the Florence, Italy. Okay, and the right-hand side is Brno, Czech Republic. Okay, and this is idea. Okay, keeping social distance in agglomerations. Okay, new idea, new landscape structures is necessary. Okay, and European countries are much easier. Okay, but Asian countries, okay, city is more congested. Okay, and keeping social distance is a more difficult task. Okay, but nevertheless, we need some distancing. Okay. Okay, how to realize, okay, so relevant social distance in the collectivities. That is very common, issues across Asian countries. Okay, and urban-rural connectivity also, very important. In my countries, now there are a lot of controversies. For example, Tokyo is too much congested, agglomerated. Okay, and the people has to be decentralized to local cities. Okay, but this is not so easy task. Okay, without amenities, okay, the place for entertainment, okay, people don't wish to live in the rural regions. Okay, because being lack of amenities. Okay, and what is say sound, say structure, land structures, country structures. Okay, we have to consider. Okay, but now, okay, this is my central question today. Okay, what is the role of cities in the post-COVID-19 societies? Okay. We learn, during, say, COVID, even now, teleworking. Okay, you are doing a teleworking, stay at home, okay, communicate each other by use of online and Zoom technologies. Okay, Zoom, say telework, Zoom technology spread out instantly all over the world. Okay, so people can work at home. Of course, is some substantial, persons, okay, have to work in the real world. Okay, transportations, garbage, okay, and transportations, okay. And online shopping, okay, online shopping become very now, popular. Okay, this means, okay, in the traditional city is a place for work, okay, place for shopping. Okay, shopping and working place is a major role of the cities. Okay, but now, it can be distributed, say, decentralized. Okay, why we need the cities? This is a very big questions, deep questions. But I'm thinking, even though teleworking, online shopping, say, penetrated everywhere, we need a city. Why? Maybe one of the important source is leisure, to enjoy leisures, to enjoy life. Okay, so sometimes, if the COVID converges, okay, we wish to gather together to enjoy, say, very good food, okay, and we need the cities. Of course, we can enjoy, say, food at home, but restaurant food is very different. Okay, so say surrounding circumstance, okay, very beautiful landscape, okay, the existence of the friends, okay, and very, say, interesting, real communications. Okay, that is a major, that will be major resources of the cities. Okay, so now I show you, some slide. Okay, a clustering human network. Okay, this is a new way of the working. Okay, and the clustering. Okay, you say it's a cluster, virus cluster. Okay, so COVID, say, networks, the network, how, COVID spread out. Okay, they follow this kind of the networks. Because, clustering human network is a very efficient way to transmit, of course, virus, as well as knowledge, ideas. Okay, now, society's connectivity, okay, is approaching to the clusters, human being clusters. Okay, so there are some nodes, okay, big nodes and small nodes. Okay, they are connected by use of the, say, virtual, okay, technologies. Also, reimagine work. Okay, this is become a very key word to understand, current, say, life work patterns. Okay, you stay at home, okay, and sometimes you attend, say, school, university, if you are old. Okay, so in the future, say, our life in the university will be quite different one. Okay, more, say, diversified. Okay, by use of the internet, okay, and the smartphones and the virtual technologies. Okay, now, okay, we can summarize the driving force for new work-life balance. Diversity of value systems. Okay, people are accessible to very different values. Okay, I have my values, you have different values. Okay, everybody can have, say, different values. Okay, we have to appreciate of these okay, tendencies, and the diversity of lifestyles. Okay, family structure is very, say, diversified. Okay, and we enjoy different lifestyle, Okay, and platform societies. Okay, this is another second important concept of today. Platform societies. You understand? You know what is a platform, of course. Okay, but the platform is a very, difficult to say entities to understand. Okay, this is a new infrastructure technologies. Okay, platform society have to be supported by technologies. Okay, and this slide, figure shows, summarize, the list of the new infrastructure technologies. Of course, face-to-face communication. This is the fundamental one. Okay, and you may criticize this is why this is technologies. Yeah, but this is the technologies. Okay, but very basic vehicle, for entertainment, leisures, and communications. And the second one, IoT. Okay, you understand, Internet of Things. And the system of systems, very funny word, Okay, systems have to be mutual, linked. Okay, combines. No single system, is satisfactory. System has to be connected. Systems of systems. And the emerging market. Okay, now this is a very important, Now in all Asian countries, economies are very damaged. During these 2 years, we need a new, say, startups, okay, and the platformers, okay, whatever. Okay, we need a new market, emerging market is very important. And of course, social capitals, okay, between the human being. Okay, these are very, say, substantial technology supporting, smart societies. Okay, so sorry, say I use Japanese materials. Okay, and but digital transformations. This is a very significant word in my countries. Okay, in the coming September, new agency of the digital societies will open up. Okay, now, digital transformations is now very central topics. Okay, we notice the importance of digital transformations during COVID, okay, areas. Digitalizations is a very simple one. Okay, each organizations have to be digitalized. Okay, but the data transformations is much bigger, concept. Okay, information has to be transmitted among organizations, among companies. Okay, this is a very difficult task. Okay, nobody can transmit, okay, the information from one company to other companies, one organization to other organizations. Somebody, okay, which has to be in charge of transmissions of information is necessary. Okay, this means, why we need a platform. Platform is expected, to transmit the informations, okay, among stakeholders. Okay, so this is a very typical, platforms, very early stage of platform economies. The credit cards, GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple's. Okay, this is a very big one. Okay, but this one, say traditional platform, transmit very standardized idea services. Okay, but we need a platform for transmitting more complex informations. Okay, and so we need a much smaller platform, but it should be attached to the localities. Okay, and so DMO, destination management organizations. Kukupato is a very strange platform. Okay, I don't know you use this kind of platform or not. And the MaaS, mobility as a service. Okay, this is the applications connecting say destinations of the travelers. Okay, reservations and transactions. Okay, and so organize one's trip can be immediately accomplished by use of this software. Okay, and MaaS is also important platform. Okay, this is a very becoming, so platform, platform economies. Platform is say field, place, connecting consumer users and supplier producers. Okay, how to build up, the platform. Okay, that is a very important idea. Okay, now I'm say organizing, okay, the international network to contemplate, this kind of things. Okay, under the name of the Smart Cities project. Okay, and more relevantly, inclusive smart cities and smart village. Okay, inclusive means say everybody should be connected without bias. Okay, prejudice. Okay, so we have to understand some external economy. Platform is little bit difficult to understand. Okay, this is not a simple say a subject. Okay, some sort of network externalities exist behind mechanisms. Okay, more users join the platform. Okay, attract more suppliers. More suppliers join the platform, attract more consumers. Okay, some sort of network externalities functions behind platform activities. Okay, so platform coordination. This is another important subject, research subject. Okay, platform, we have the very strong past dependencies. History decides the future. Okay, past is very important. And heavy demand for platform coordinations. Okay, and you use a line. Okay, line is a kind of platform. Okay, but say how many line group you have? 100. Okay, coordinations between line group is very difficult. Okay, line is a very fantastic tool. Okay, but still coordinations between the group is very poor. Okay, heavy demand for platform coordinations. Okay, how to coordinate a different line group? That is another issues. Okay, we need coordinations. Okay, in this sense, I am thinking line is a very poor technologies. Okay, and this means a lack of platform. Okay, how to coordinate different platform? Okay, that is another question. Okay, and also this is my final remarks. Gap analysis between ideal world and real world. Okay, and the digital twins. Okay, and this concept was born in the field of the manufacturing. Okay, but this idea can be applied to understand the social issues. Okay, and this is the original idea of the data tree. Okay, data tree, say real product and data presentations. Okay, we make a copy of the subject in the virtual society. Okay, all the simulation can be taken place in the, say, virtual space. Okay, to understand the mechanism, you know, say, of the real world. Okay, data tree for the systems. Okay, physical space, this is the real world. Okay, and the cyberspace, this is, say, a virtual, you know, world. Okay, but my idea is bit extensions of the original, you know, virtual twin idea. Okay, real world and the potential world. Okay, we have to understand the potential, okay, by use of the cyber. Okay, this is the example. We need to say some sort of big simulations. This is Ubuntu. Okay, in the Bali Island. Okay, and this is the center of the Ubuntu city. Okay, and highways and say road network of Ubuntu city is very complex. Okay, and this becomes okay, very strange, you know, cobweb systems. Okay, a lot of vertical roads and few, you know, horizontal road. Okay, you know, you understand the reason why, you know, say this special kind of network systems were born. Water usage systems. Okay, so now, you know, say you are supposed to be owner of the new restaurants. Okay, and what is the relevant, the suitable place for you if you wish to penetrate the market? Okay, and simulations can be done. Okay, so now, you know, simulation models, say moving simulations, I show up in the previous slide. Okay, we can forecast the movement of people. Okay, and you select, you know, arbitrary point on the space. Okay. You select one point on the map, then you make you calculate the simulations, okay, and you understand what is your competitor, okay, how many customers you collect given the locations. Okay, now, you know, computer simulations become very cheap and handy. Okay, you try to, you know, all the points on the map. Okay, 10,000 times of simulations. Okay, 10 times different locations. You can check. Okay, then you can find out, you know, the most attractive point. Okay, if it is available. Okay, so this kind of simulations, okay, you can do. Okay, but by use of virtual space. Okay, if you produce, you know, you can produce virtual space in the computer. Okay, this kind of the simulations can be done. Okay, so far, you know, in my student era, okay, we have the no digital representations. Okay, what we have done is just to pick up, you know, several points, 1, 2, 3 points, for example, on the map. Okay, then we compare, you know, 3 locations, and we choose, you know, okay, you can see the map on the left-hand side. Okay, you can find the 3 different circles. Okay, and we compare, you know, the relevance, okay, for 3 different points. But now, you know, okay, we can do very enormous time of simulations. okay, by use of the say data twins. Okay, so I'm calling this kind of approach is big simulations. Okay, and we can evaluate the potentialities, okay, of the space. And that is the basic idea. Okay, and this is the last slide of my presentations. Gap analysis. Okay, and we can only know, the real world. Okay, but computers, data twin provide us many different potential possibilities. Okay, so potential evaluations through big simulations. This is a new way. Okay, new research weapons. Okay, by use of this kind of approaches, okay, we have to find very important, very basic, say, land structure of the city, keeping social distance in collectivities. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kobayashi, for your inspiring speech on portraying our current situation. That's become like more challenge for us how to live in the welfare for all of us. And in the very limited time, I would like to invite question from our distinguished participant. Please introduce your name and affiliation and your question addressed to which. In this time, I will invite 2 until 3 questions. Pak Ibnu from ITB, would you like to deliver your question, please?
Oh, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'm sorry I haven't changed my background yet, but give me some time after this question. Professor Kobayashi, hi. How are you?
Hello.
I hope this meeting and find you well. I see that you are having a mask in your face. I'm in my home, so I keep distancing with my people here, my wife, my kids. Okay, anyway, I just have a quick question. Of course, your presentation is really important for us. So far, we have a big problem that we are trying to impose a new regulation for almost like 3 weeks now. Even now, the government would like to extend the time to make sure that people really follow the protocol of health regulation, that we have to have a social distancing and as well as a physical distancing every time, and lock down 100% in Bandung. So the hospital is really full pack, no oxygen and everything. Problem is really severe here. So anyway, so my question is actually looking at I'm a planner, so I say that looking at the story that you told us about the development of a platform that now is becoming common in our everyday life, right? For transportation, for ordering food, go to school, work from home, almost part of our life now become a part of this kind of technology. And then looking at the situation currently now, there's still a fighting between government with the community, because some community would like to eat every day, because what they get today, they will spend it today. So they don't have any saving account like you in Japan. So they're fighting between government and people government trying to impose a new regulation about social distancing and physical distancing. At the same time, a lot of community, especially in rural and slum area, would like to have their life, yeah, so how they can survive with this kind of situation. So I have asked you a basic question about how we are gonna change that. What are we going to be in our future urban situation? Is it going to change our planning process, including how we gonna design our space, coordination? You are talking about coordination very well, as well as the interaction. So the interaction is kind of a trust between us. Even now in United States, they are politicking about the vaccine. So the one that do not get vaccinated, they get really the 99% the disease go to the unvaccinated people. So they become politicking. So the misinformation is really bad in terms of coordination and everything. I hope you can give you a highlight on that, how we're gonna be in our future for our urban area, as well as that maybe change some planning process in terms to find solution and everything. Thank you very much, Professor Kobayashi.
Thank you, Pak Iben. Sincere, would you like directly to respond to this question while we're waiting for another one?
Thank you, dear my old friends, Professor Ibnu. Okay, and say in fact, in these countries we have very similar issues. 2 months back, say like current Indonesia. Okay, the hospital was full. Okay, and we are forced to stay at home. Okay. But still, you know, say it's very difficult to solve, you know, say many issues which was detected during COVID, say outbreak. Okay, but it's also true. Okay, we are now able to be accessible, you know, to new technologies. Okay, and this kind of thing. Zoom conference is one of the notable, you know, technologies. We didn't find, you know, this kind of technology can be used in the societies. Okay, but now, you know, say we have to think about our future. Okay, and there are some issues which has to be solved immediately, and we have to say smoothly, but say steadily convert our society into smart cities, and that is say second issues. Okay, at this moment, our economies was damaged very much. Okay, and a lot of the company restaurants shut down. Okay, and say among others, young generations, say what we call say business startups. Okay, they are very much dependent upon tourism so far. Okay, but all, you know, say these new startups have been collapsed. Okay, so we need some sort of, you know, okay, new strategies, you know, to wake up our society, okay, and say reset all the situations, okay, surrounding us. Okay, so I'm thinking, you know, 4 or 5 important subjects which has to be, say, collaboratively, say, studies among Asian partners. Okay, so one, renewable, you know, energies. Okay, and data transformations. Okay, of course, infrastructure matters. Okay, and say halal, you know, Muslim halal issues also very important. This means I mean inclusive issues. Okay, so which may covers, different variety of the people, okay, class, okay, and say residential places, and also tourism. Okay, is a very important driving force, and also aging, anti-aging. Okay, putting together these are very fundamental issues have to be putting together under the umbrella of the smart cities. Okay, I'm thinking okay, the formations of more inclusive platforms, okay, which is very different from traditional okay, platforms like Google, American technologies platforms. Okay, but we need some more inclusive, more diverse, more decentralized, clever platforms. That is, say, common issues, which should be shared by our, say, researchers in Asian countries. Okay, it takes time, okay, to find out, new direction, new strategy, new solutions. But I was thinking this could be the next subject of the ICPU. Okay, I'm very willing, to discuss this matter in the subsequent, say, conferences, say, that Brawijaya University organizing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kobayashi.
Thank you very much, Sensei. I will wait for another question from the participant. Is there any? Okay. Due to the limit time, let me address my question to Bapak Muhammad Zainal. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's very challenging for all of us in Indonesia. Would you like to share the policy of renewable energy in Indonesia in collaboration with infrastructure development? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Frankly speaking, I'm so sorry to say, dealing with the renewable energy, actually, government of Indonesia has already have what we call the national action plan, dealing with how to diversify the source of energy. We have what we call the policy of energy diffusion or kebijakan bauran energi, but not really implemented in not really implemented as long as the strategies. We still facing the discussion, the big discussion dealing with how to implement the green energy, how to implement the renewable energy versus the fossil, and hopefully in the near future we will conclude for the good decision how to make affirmative action, to get the affirmative policy for implementation of the green energy. So for us in Ministry of Public Work and Housing, we provide some of development to provide the possibilities for hydropower. So it will be a part of our effort, a big effort, dealing with how to come to renewable energy in near future. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Bapak Fatah. Here we still have two questions from Pak Wahid. Would you like to deliver directly your question to both our distinguished keynote speaker, please?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, thank you.
would you like
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yes, first of all, I say to thank you for coming to Mr. Fatah and Kobayashi Sensei. I have two questions for Mr. Fatah and Kobayashi Sensei. First, to Mr. Fatah, how to increase the contribution even to economy in areas other than Java? What are the main programs planned by the government so that we can think about it from a planning perspective? So the second, to Kobayashi Sensei, the current pandemic has changed everything, one of which is living habits. Here, from a planning point of view, the land that never grows and the population continues to grow has created problems, especially in urban areas. As you mentioned, the existence of the public space certainly makes land problems multiply. What do you think, Sensei? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask Bapak Fatah first to give your response, please.
Thank you, Wahid. It's a pleasure to see you again. Yeah, dealing with our general policy, how to increase the contribution of economic share coming from the outside Java island. One of our effort, it's already said in keynote speech from the Minister Basuki, is IKN. IKN is Ibu Kota Negara, it's new capital cities. It look like a landmark for our transformation from Java-centric economic growth to outside Java island economic growth. Once we implement the city, the new capital city in outside of Java, it will be a center of growth, not only for those area, but it will be as a magnet for acceleration of the development for the surrounding. The second one is government of Indonesia putting the infrastructure is the first and most priorities activities to open and provide the possibilities to regional development. Why we develop some Trans Java toll roads, Trans Sumatra, Trans Kalimantan, Trans Sulawesi, and even in Papua. Hopefully, we can push the regional development by providing the major infrastructure first. But in another side, we provide what we call the community-based development as a affirmative policy to gain participation from local communities. So combining the infrastructure development and provide some affirmative policy, especially based on the community participation. It will be more challenging action in near future. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Bapak Fatah. Sensei, would you like to give your response, please?
Oh, thank you for your questions. Okay, and I'm looking forward to meeting you directly in quite a near future. Okay, and existence of public space. This is a very pivotal concept. Okay, and we have to design, new idea of public cities. Okay, public spaces. Okay, and say my presentations say I insisted, the role of the city will be changed in post-COVID area. Okay, so thanks to the more remote, say, conference, say, teleworking, and online shopping. Okay, and the network banking. Okay, the locations, okay, of the structure of the city has to be changed in future. Okay, but the city has to become more, important place for recreations, satisfy human life, whatever. Okay, so people have to gather together in the cities by keeping social distance. Okay, this is a very contradictory, okay, notions. How to, harmonize social distancing and agglomerations. So we need a new concept of public space. Okay, and this may reflect, okay, the cultural, historical context. Okay, we are seeking, okay, our notions of public spaces in Kyoto by using the Kyoto context. Okay, I believe, you have to innovate your own idea. Okay, Maran concept of public space. Okay, which say take full advantage of the natural resources. Okay, and very rich, say, atmosphere. Okay, so say world cities have to be competing each other. Okay, and to innovate their own original ideas. It is become very important subject, and also for research and educations in the department related to, urban planning, architecture, and also, civil engineering. That is my very quick reactions to your question.
Thank you very much, Sensei. The discussion has become like a warmer and warmer, but I have to apologize to all the participants due to the time. We need to end of this first session. So on behalf of the committee, I would like to address sincere gratitude to Bapak Fatah and also Kobayashi Sensei for the very inspiring discussion this morning. And thank you for all the participants. Let us do in togetherness how to bring welfare for all people at any location within this surface of the earth. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi semuanya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Mrs. Ismurini Dwi Ari, for leading the session, as well as the keynote speakers for sharing your insights and knowledge about sustainable urban development to support urban-rural connectivity and smart society in the post-COVID-19 arena.
Terima kasih kepada Ibu Ismurini Dwi Ari selaku moderator serta kepada keynote speakers atas wawasan dan pengetahuan baru mengenai bagaimana perkembangan kota berkelanjutan berperan penting dalam mendukung konektivitas desa dan kota. Selain itu, ada juga materi yang menarik mengenai masyarakat cerdas di dalam wilayah terdampak COVID-19. We now move on to the second keynote speech, which will be led by our moderator, Mr. Fauzul Rizal Sutikno. Mr. Fauzul Rizal Sutikno graduated from the Cornell University with a PhD in City and Regional Planning in 2020. Mr. Rizal now is the lecturer at the Department of Regional and Urban Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya, from 2008 till now. Mr. Rizal's most recent achievement was the IPA Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya research grantee as the head of research in 2021. Without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Mr. Rizal. To Mr. Rizal, the time is yours.
Hello everyone, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity and the honor to moderate these two distinguished speakers for today's international seminar. My name is Fauzul Rizal Sutikno. So to my work today, my first work actually, is to read the CV of one of our two distinguished speakers. The first one would be Dr. Emil Elstianto Dardak, Bachelor of Business MSc. He was graduated from the doctoral program from Ritsu Meiten Asia Pacific University, Japan. His master's degree is from Major Program Management, University of Oxford's Said Business School, and his undergrad program was in University of Wales in the UK. He has so many interesting work experiences and in the high-end part of policies in Indonesia. The first one is as the Chief of Business Development and Communication Executive Vice President at PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia. As the next one would be the region of Trenggalek Regency from 2016 to 2019, and currently he is the Vice Governor of East Java Province from 2019. He has very high affiliations regarding his career. The first one is as the co-president of National Regency Government Association, and the second one would be the co-president of the Asia Pacific Local Government Association. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Emil to present his speech in our international seminar today. For Dr. Emil, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, Pak Dr. Sutikno. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Dr. Emil.
Okay, sure. So I'd like to proceed. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Greetings to all the participants of the ICP EU 2021. And yang kami hormati Pak Sekjen Kementerian PUPR Republik Indonesia, Pak Fatah, Professor Kobayashi from Kyoto Daigaku, Professor Keisuke from Miyazaki University, Bapak Dr. Suprapedi dari Kemendes RI, Prof. Hadisiono, Prof. Aulaniam, Pak Dr. Wahid, seluruh Civitas Akademika dari Universitas Brawijaya dan penyelenggara ICP EU, seluruh peserta, akademisi, mahasiswa, praktisi, all practitioners, a very good morning, and I wish you all good health, and that's a lot of important things when it comes to health nowadays, so it's something we should not take for granted. Unfortunately, I have a bit of a time constraint because I'm supposed to do a very quick visit to a nearby oxygen facility that we are trying to establish. As we know now, oxygen is a very precious commodity. but I'll try to make the best out of this opportunity. So there is a slide that has been prepared by my team. Unfortunately, it's in Bahasa, but I'll try to narrate it the best way I can, so even non-Indonesian speakers can comprehend this. So I'm plan. My apologies. Did I get disconnected just now?
You're good now, Dr. Emil.
Okay, yes, my apologies. Okay, so yeah, so it's about rural urban planning. What I'll try to do, instead of talking a lot about the planning side, I'll try to give a bit of an overview as to the situation of East Java and what happens during the pandemic. So as you know, as you all know that we have the largest number of municipalities, 38 municipalities in East Java province. And we have nearly 40 million. I think it's already 40 million population by now. So, and 47,000 square kilometer land area. So when we try to do planning, I think it's important nowadays that we also anchor planning on river basins, because it's really key to ensuring that not only do we get security of water supply, irrigation, clean water, also risk of flood. And so there are 194 river basin. And if we try to categorize that institutionally, there are 5 major river basin areas, so which comprises of further 994 river basins, smaller river basins. So we have the Brantas River, we have the Bengawan Solo River, and we have some other areas such as the area in Madura, the area in the eastern part, we call it the Tapal Kuda area, and the Welang Rejoso area, which connects around Pasuruan area. So these are the 5 major river basins that we've now tried to anchor our development plan accordingly. Next. So as of now, COVID is on the rise. We know that we're recording record numbers of cases in a day, and also unfortunately number of deaths in a day. So if we look at the situation right now, prior to the outbreak of the Delta variant, we were all very bullish. We were all very optimistic about the recovery of the economy in the second semester of 2021. But unfortunately, looking at how things go, the rollout of vaccinations turned out pretty good in the first half of the year. But people realize that having the vaccine is not going to entirely protect unless we've vaccinated enough people to develop herd immunity and subsequently fight the virus on a collective basis instead of individual fighting with viruses around them. So we need to create more resistant people on the virus by vaccinating more and more people. So we're vaccinating, we're targeting 300,000 vaccinations in a day right now. Next. So what happened to the economy of East Java is that we suffer from a annual contraction of the economy at minus 2.39%. But the good sign is in the first quarter of 2021, the economy of East Java grew better than the national, and we're starting to get nearer to the positive region in terms of the growth. Of course, what happens in June and July and all these restrictions definitely will affect the economic of East Java. But in the first quarter, we also recorded one of the best poverty reduction numbers in Indonesia. So as the second largest economy in Indonesia, it is very important to ensure that East Java can try to maintain the level of economic activities in Indonesia. Next. Now, if we look at the level of poverty in 2000 between East Java and national, we do have more level of poverty consistently since nearly 7 years back, 6 years back, yeah, 5, 6 years back. But in March, we experienced a reduction in poverty from September to March which is quite this is actually good. What happened in East Java. Next. Now, in terms of unemployment, it corresponds because of the activity limitations. Then a lot of economic sectors were unable to proceed. So we saw an increase, but then a subsequent decrease in the number of unemployment. From 5.84, it became 5.17. Now, the national is 7.07 to 6.26. So we see that we have the second best, what we call a second best worsening. It sounds peculiar, but what I'm saying is everybody suffers from increasing unemployment, but we are the second lowest in terms of the increase. And we managed to have that number reduced by 0.67% in our latest number in February 2021. So that means 154,000 less unemployed people by compared to August 2020. Now, if we look, we have 31.8 million people. Now, if we want to go back to the topic of rural-urban relations, what happened is most of the unemployment and poverty during COVID takes place in the urban areas. Why is that so? Because a lot of the people in urban area works in non-agricultural sector. A lot of them work in tertiary sectors like trade and services. And we know that hotels and events and a lot of these tertiary sectors are not able to operate optimally during the pandemic, especially now with this restriction. They're the first one to get cut. So about 3 million people were affected by COVID-19. Yeah. And it varies, like about 260,000 totally lost their job. About 2.4 million people still work with less hours and less pay. Now, this resulted in two things. Some of these unemployed urban people, they stay in urban areas and struggle and rely on a lot of means to support their lives. Some of them actually might re-migrate back to the rural areas, resulting in also an increase in unemployment in the rural areas. But they find it as their sanctuary because they go back to their families, they get the family support system, and maybe once in a while they can do run a bit of errands in the rural area. So that's the situation we're facing, which means that either the pendulum switch back, switch back or shift back to the urban area as the pandemic recovers, or they remain to stay in the rural areas going forward. So that's the situation. Next. Now, these are the sectors that are declared as potential losers and winners out of the COVID-19. So companies that work on tourism are struggling, but certain financial enterprises actually flourish, like P2P lending, financial technology, even banks. Some banks are actually still doing well. Automotive got supported or helped by the government incentive that exempted the value-added tax. So these are the sectors, and we can then map from this sector. So I invite my colleagues from my planner colleagues to actually map these sectors to the respective areas. So some sectors can take place in rural areas, some takes place in urban areas, and with digitization nowadays, sectors that were traditionally predominantly urban can actually be done in rural areas because people can work from home, there's internet, so it doesn't require people to stay in agglomeration areas. Next. Now, what do we do in order to fight this COVID-19? First of all, save the people medically. So we need to ensure that there is enough oxygen, enough beds, enough ventilators, enough medical personnel. And that's what we're doing, and it does take on a lot of budget, both from national government and local government. So that will reduce the capability of government to build infrastructure, to build economic facilities, because the attention is going to be on mitigating medical casualties. The next is we want to ensure that the lowest and the most vulnerable segment of the businesses are protected. And that's done through various tax incentives, exemptions, and even provision of very soft loans to, and even some social assistance programs directed towards small economic actors. So even exempting or subsidizing electricity bills, these are the things that are being done so that people at the lowest level can have some of their livelihood maintained and they can still continue doing their business. And the third is to ensure economic and financial stability. So this is done at the national level, as we know, by ensuring that banking sectors can withstand the temporary challenge in terms of debtors unable to actually service their debts. And this is done through various means, such as placement of liquidity support to various banks, monetary stimulus, and so on. Now, what we were looking at is really recovery stage. That's what we were aiming at. And this includes us trying to invest and reignite certain sectors that we believe can start taking off again. But of course, looking at this condition right now, we need to recalibrate the plan. Next. Next, I'll just skip this. Okay, next. So what do? We want to still ensure that we can address the issue of economic inequality. Now, in terms of rural and urban, in East Java we have two major cities, which is Surabaya and Malang. And about 50% of the economy of East Java is concentrated in the surrounding of Surabaya, which includes the heavily industrialized area in Sidoarjo, Gresik, Mojokerto, and Pasuruan. Now, we want to see more of economic activities taking place in other parts of East Java. And as such, we've embarked on a very strategic plan to promote more infrastructure development in these other areas without compromising on also the need to ensure that the Surabaya, greater Surabaya metropolitan area remains competitive against other metropolitan areas outside Indonesia and within Indonesia. Next. So what do? We have the Presidential Regulation 2019, which has divided the plan into 5 areas. So there are 3 growth centers, which is the greater Surabaya metropolitan area, and then we have the Bromo Tengger Semeru, which is the Bromo Mountain. Surrounding the Bromo Mountain, we have areas that we want to anchor towards the tourism development in Bromo. And then there is also the Selingkar Wilis, or the Wilis Mountain area in the southwest of East Java, where we want to tap into the benefit of the existing toll road that connects Surabaya and Solo. We want that to more effectively leverage economic development in this area. Now, with the lower minimum wage level, it is very appealing for industries that rely on employing a lot of laborers or labor-intensive industries. A new airport is on the process of being built, and toll road extending southward from the backbone between Surabaya and Solo to the southern part is also being developed, being planned. Next. Now, these are the mapping of the projects. I would not go deeper into this for now, but of course, we have to revisit also how realistic these plans are given the economic situation that we have right now. Next. Okay. Now, rural areas have received about 7.6 trillion. So that's approximately $500 million of funding going directly to the rural areas, to the villagers. And we hope that this amount can actually effectively support the development in each of these villages. So there is a room for rural areas to innovate in what they think is a priority in their respective area. And this is hoped to actually buffer the tendency of rural-urban migration. Next. Next. Okay. Next, I think I'll just skip. So, as a conclusion, I didn't go too deep into the theoretical aspects of planning, but I think it is important that we manage to really dissect the reality in East Java right now. The fact is, urban areas are experiencing two forces right now. The first is the pandemic itself, which hopefully as it recovers, things can recover. But second is the new way of living that is going to change many things. That things aren't going to go back to where it were prior to pandemic. And that's the reality that we have to embrace. Some businesses are not temporarily closed. They are closed for good. These are businesses that have actually been struggling with the changes, the disruption that has been taking place. and their business model no longer fits, but they decided to stay on because they have employees to take care. Probably there's some pride issue, reputational issue if they have to close down the business. But now they have a scapegoat to blame, which is the pandemic itself. I don't want to say scapegoat, but I'm just saying that there is now a more compelling reason to just close it down. So these are businesses that may not return and may not generate that employment that we have. Now, in terms of planning, it is very important to then start with a clean sheet of paper and reconfigure where we want to go. Are we going to still rely on establishing very strong agglomerations? The concept of monocentric urban development, which relies on central place theory, such as the theory of Losch, the theory of Weber, that focuses on proximity, are these going to still remain valid, looking at CBD, and then you have the subsequent areas? Or are we going to move towards a more fluid and organic mobility of people? People aren't going to commute from the suburbs to the center of the cities going forward. Mobility will be very fluid. It will not be 9 to 5 weekdays mobility. It will become very, very flexible. Will rural people actually decide to stay in rural areas and once in a while commute to the economic centers, given the improvement in the connectivity with the toll roads? The toll road definitely changed a lot of things. Industries, it used to take 3 hours probably to reach Jombang or Kertosono. Now it's going to take less than an hour with the toll road. So once in a while, if they believe that, I can do my business from my hometown, I can go to the Surabaya area to meet people maybe once a week. I can pack my schedule in a day. I can just then take the car and then visit in the urban area. That's the thing. Also, the improvement in ride-hailing applications. People will no longer rely on having private vehicles. How will that change the whole modality of transport? There are a lot of big questions that are going to even be stimulated further with the pandemic. People embrace digitization and digital lifestyle even further nowadays. And that is definitely going to change the way we're going to forecast. So we have to really revisit how we're going to design the future of our spatial planning. Are we going to see more of the younger generations actually staying in their hometowns? Or are we going to have stronger intermediary cities? I am part of the International Forum for Intermediary Cities, and basically it talks about how cities that are in the secondary or tertiary hierarchy playing a more important role nowadays. They can have better amenities, they can have better proximity to rural areas. Some people may decide that to tap into opportunities, I don't have to go to Surabaya. I can go to Madiun, I can go to Kediri, I can go to Jember, so these are the secondary cities that we're talking about. It's not always Surabaya and Malang. And how will that affect the backbone of the infrastructure that we're thinking? How will it affect the urban planning? How will it affect the mobility within the urban areas? That's really a lot of questions that needs to be immediately answered as we try to design our way out of the pandemic and towards economic recovery. With that, I'd like to conclude, and I'd like to also remain in touch with all the international academicians participating here, because I've just been elected as the Deputy President of ERA, Eastern Regional Organization for Planning and Human Settlements. And definitely, these are some of the agenda that we want to pursue going forward. Thank you very much, moderator, and all the distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the delightful presentation, Dr. Emil. It's always a pleasure to see and hear our young leaders talk about development in Indonesia, and I have a big hope for you in the future. So, about your presentation, it was clear, and to be honest, looking at the data, I have a concern about us as a nation, but I believe that us as planners, we should always see the phenomena as something to overcome, and then we always have to see planning in the corridor of post-pandemic. So, as my job as a moderator, I have several takes that I think that are interesting from Dr. Emil's presentation. The first one is maybe in one of his presentation, he mentioned that a push on the role of corporation and infestation would be necessary to push the economy of the regional, but I think it would be very, and I think it's also very interesting that he also mentioned about the community level side where the government of East Java province gave rural funds to be allocated in the rural areas so they can also prevent the negative impacts of the COVID pandemic. And then there's also several things that Dr. Emil mentioned. The first one is also about the new way of living. Changes is important, and how people, or especially us planners, deal with the impact of the effect of pandemic, and then we will not go back to we used to be. So I think it's also important to make a very good notice on this sentence here, set statement here, that what we need to do as planners to move forward. The next one would be, maybe we can think that the condition is a clean sheet of paper, in which he said that mobility will be localized and we need to rethink about agglomerations. Thank you. Maybe that's all for me. And I believe Dr. Emil will stay at least for this session, right, Doctor?
Unfortunately, I have to immediately visit oxygen facility. They're establishing soon, so I may not be able to stay on for this session. But very quickly, yeah, it's a good takeaways that you have just recapped, and I think definitely it's going to be a very interesting challenge as we see. In the United States, the big malls near the toll road exits are getting converted into fulfillment centers because people aren't visiting them, but they're using it as warehouse to send things because of the a lot of people are relocating to the suburb areas because quality of life at home matters more than proximity to office. These are really important forces that we need to consider going forward. You know, in the past, with the toll road developments, urban development where shops are established along the national roads are now struggling from lack of patronage because people take the toll roads and they're no longer transiting. So rest areas and transit-oriented development becomes important. We see this already happening in Jakarta, where a lot of the people live very far from the city centers, but they just focus on where is the nearest railway station. So these are happening as we speak. But I still believe agglomeration is still going to be important, especially when it comes into industries, because industries certainly want to locate near the supply chain, both backward and forward linkage. So it still remains important. But how is that being defined is going to vary. Whether it's going to not only relate to how many kilometers away, but what is the road access that is available. So definitely that's the key. And I think when it comes to agglomeration then, well, unlike Jakarta, which is heavily service and trade, you know, I mean, in Surabaya, the port is very important. The Tanjung Perak port is one of the busiest port, and probably a lot of the activities relating to trade takes place around that area. But when it comes to CBD concept, there's going to be a lot of questions going forward about agglomeration that results from development of CBD. Maybe we can see a more dispersed instead of a very heavily concentrated centers, a more polycentric approach. So these are the things that I hope we can look at. We can deepen our analysis collectively among the planners. Thank you very much, and my apologies that I have to quickly take on.
Yeah. Do you have time to answer maybe just one question, because we already have one question?
What is that question?
Okay, so does Miss Fia KS would like to say her question to Mr. Dadak, or do you want me to read?
It's already written
for you?
In the chat box.
Yes.
If it's in the chat box, let me just read it. Okay, so does the meaning of uncertainty also apply to the policy for handling COVID-19 in your work area? Will this have an impact on spatial planning and spatial management also? Well, of course, uncertainty is the only certain things, as they say, you know, because things keep on changing. So uncertainty is the only certain things going forward. Things will always change, and the speed of change is definitely something we cannot forecast. And when it comes to COVID-19, one of the uncertainty is, let me be frank, will there be another variant going forward? You know, will it be what, the Gamma, the Zeta variant, whatever? You know, we don't know. So I think the world has to take on seriously. You know, we had the MERS, we had the SARS, but nobody. You know, when I was a region mayor, our focus is on non-communicable diseases that don't infect others, like diabetes, hypertension, and so on, cancer. Now we need to seriously take into account public health. You know, we need a system that can quickly prevent transmission of diseases, whatever it is. You know, as we know, during the Donald Trump administration, the office for those diseases were dismantled, and you know, we haven't really, you know. I think this is where we need to start appreciating these industries. You know, industries that are really important, industries that produce oxygen, that produce materials for medical equipments, and so on. We cannot operate with the desire to really be hyper efficient when it comes to, you know, it's really about reliability. We need to ensure our people with the medical facility. So don't be alarmed when we see hospitals empty going forward. They need to remain empty to accommodate possible fluctuations of cases, which we cannot foresee. So I think going forward, the governments will have a significant amount of their spending directed towards that, and we're going to educate more doctors and more nurses and ensure that they're well paid. We cannot leave them unemployed because they are going to be important at times of outbreaks. I think we nobody can guarantee whether the variants will keep changing, whether the vaccine will not deplete in terms of antibody after 6 months. You see, you may need to re-inject yourself. So, you know, we may be spending more and have a more health conscious society. But when it comes to spatial planning, I don't think it will be the reason why people don't move around. But people may configure their economic activities and social pattern to anticipate these kind of things. You see, so there will probably be less events that results in having thousands and thousands of people. For example, a lot of hotels may be thinking 3-4 times on investing in large ballrooms. You know, I mean, these are the kind of things that may happen. Social norms may change. Maybe even weddings may no longer need to invite that many number of people going forward. You see, people start to realize that, you know, I mean, are we, you know, inviting 1,000 and 2,000 invitees are no longer something that is the norm going forward. And the younger generation, the millennial generation, will have a different set of social values. And if you know, try to see what happens with the mobility pattern, and then that will then determine the kind of spatial plan that we're looking at. Are we looking at a self-contained ecosystem where people prefer to walk to the nearest garden? They want to, you know, I mean, things are going to change. Digitization allows companies to become more efficient. We need people not spending more hours on the laptop, but we need spending more hours on getting inspired. They may take a stroll in the park. They may be enjoying movies, but then it becomes the bright ideas that contribute to the work that they're doing. So it's going to be a different professional landscape, and subsequently different lifestyle, and subsequently different spatial planning approach that we need to embark. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe I can close your session here with two keywords: reliability and change. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Emil Data, for your time and your knowledge, your data. We would love to have more in-depth discussion with you in the future. Thank you. Okay, we will continue to our second speaker for this session, and it would be Professor Keisuke Murakami, professor Professor Murakami was graduated from civil engineering. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I would like just to just read the CV that the committee sent me on education. He graduated from civil engineering course of Graduate School of Engineering, Kyushu University in 1987, and I think afterward he also graduated from his master's and his doctoral degree and professorship. For his work experiences, he was the research associate of the Faculty of Engineering, Kyushu University in 1989. He was associate professor of the University of Miyazaki in 1997. He is a professor in the University of Miyazaki in 2015. And the last one, he is the vice president of the University of Miyazaki in 2019. His research is mainly focusing on coastal engineering, coastal disaster mitigation, watershed management, and he's also affiliated with Miyazaki Coastal Erosion Countermeasures Committee. For Professor Murakami, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Okay, so can I share my PowerPoint file? Okay.
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Doctor. So I would like to start my presentation. Can you see? Can you see the slide? Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I cannot see my slide.
Yeah, we can see your PowerPoint.
Okay, just wait. So, okay.
Okay.
I had better changes screen. Okay. Well, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Doctor. I'm Keisuke Murakami, a professor of the University of Miyazaki. And thank you very much for inviting me to this international conference. Thank you very much. And today, so I would like to talk about this one, necessity of infrastructure maintenance that incorporate the prior restriction against large-scale disasters. Okay, next. Okay, so 10 years before, so you know that Japan has had a very large earthquake and tsunami disasters. We say Tohoku earthquake and tsunami disasters. Of course, Indonesia has Aceh tsunamis, and you also have many other large-scale earthquake and tsunami. So, but 10 years before, so we had this area, Tohoku areas. Here is Tohoku areas, and so we had a magnitude 9 scale earthquake and a heavy tsunami attack. So, right-hand side, this is a distribution of tsunami height. Here is the highest area, around 40 meters height tsunamis. So this is first one. So this disaster wiped out everything by an extremely huge destructive external force, such as earthquake and tsunamis. And the disasters generated huge damage on extremely wide area. And also, the disaster occurred when Japanese social system was changing drastically. I will talk about later this one. So, for example, aging society with a declining birth rate, concentration in cities and depopulation in rural areas, and slump in economic activities. So these are the problem which we are now facing. So under this situation, we had a huge tsunami and earthquake disasters. And the issues related to reconstruction and the disaster prevention just after the Great East Japan earthquake. Sorry, first one is a reconstruction plan, and central city planning is in a declining and aging societies, I told before, last slide. And reconstruction centered on affected area and victims, and consensus buildings in recovery process. The community regeneration based on human relationship and need for careful discussion and budget allocation and execution useful for reconstruction, and the manpower, information, and technology required for reconstruction, and the concept of disaster prevention measures and hardware measure or software one. So these are the issues we had after this earthquake. But in here, red colors part, so some of these overlapped with the problem that the society currently has, and the reconstruction took longer time. So therefore, many residents do not return to their hometown due to the lack of job opportunities, education service, and medical services. So these are the large problem after this event. Okay. So this time, so I would like to talk about the necessity of prior reconstruction planning against next large-scale disasters. So this is a definition of prior reconstruction: to promote city planning and regional planning that will minimize damages by assuming event or future disasters. So this is a concept to be carried out as part of disaster mitigation and the disaster prevention and town development. After a huge disaster, it is necessary to hurry to make a decision on reconstruction and set up an organization within a limited time. This is very important, and therefore we need to clarify the reconstruction procedure and collect and confirm basic data on reconstruction in advance. So, for example, here disaster happened, so we have to do initial period, recovery period, and a reconstruction period on each phase. So, for example, open headquarters, life-saving, open evacuation places. These are initial period. And in addition to this one, so network recovery, lifeline recoveries, and debris processing, temporary housing. These need prior reconstruction items. And also in the construction period, land use, housing, road network, public facility layout. So through this period, so we need to hurry to make a decision for smooth reconstruction. So this is an example of houses reconstruction option. There are 5 options in case of Japan. First one is a relocation to higher ground. Second one is a local consolidation. Third one is a land elevation. Fourth one is a relocation and land elevation. And last one is a local reconstruction. So local consolidation and the local reconstructions is mentioned here. Local consolidation, a method of consolidating residential area in areas where safety has increased due to coastal levees or other structures. And the local reconstruction is many local governments choose local reconstruction when the estimated inundation is less than 2 meters. If it exceeds 2 meters, relocation or land elevation is selected as a measure. So based on these concepts, so in Tohoku area, the government apply 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 5 options. But under project of group relocation promotion for disaster prevention, this includes some problems. First one is this is a project of Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism to subsidize the cost of collectively relocating houses on land damaged by natural disasters. This applies to only mass relocation more than 5 households. And the local government create a residential land for the relocation site, improve road and water supply, and then transfer or rent the land to the victims. And this is not an enforceable project, and residents' consent is required. In the case of Great East Japan earthquake, the national government cover all the project cost by reconstruction grant and others, but construction of houses must be covered by the victims. So because of the purpose of disaster prevention, it will not be possible to return to the original land. Okay. The consensus building on relocation was a very difficult problem in reconstruction period after the Great East Japan earthquake, because there are various opinions erupt. For example, it is better to be close to the national highway, or I want to rebuild my house on the original land, or higher purchase prices. There are so many opinions erupt after the earthquake. The relocation destination cannot be enforced by the local government. This is a limit to the coordination by the local government. Okay, and many opinions to see seawall construction, such as a conflict between safety and landscape, and the importance of seeing the sea, because there are so many fishermen on that area. The change of the family structures. This is also the important point to get consensus. Separation of household living together with 3 generations. Okay. So regarding this, so outflow of office workers and younger generation due to convenience of daily life. Okay. These disturb the smooth and earlier reconstruction. So these are the problem or issues when the Great East Japan earthquake happened. Okay. And based on these experience, so we have to prepare to next huge earthquake and tsunami disasters. So Japan is now supposing next mega earthquake, we say Nankai Trough earthquake. This earthquake hit western part of Japan. The earthquake scale is around 9.0. Okay. This is a supposed earthquake area. Here is a huge areas. So Japanese government supposed this area. So based on the scientific knowledge, so we set some scenarios, so location of the seismic centers and the type of landslide under the waters. So after some simulation, so we have we estimated some damages. Okay, now this is a Miyazaki Prefecture, so my university is on this area. So red colored part is 7.0 seismic intensities areas. And along this coast, so the simulation give us the results that the maximum tsunami height is around 15 meters on this coastal lines, and it arrived around 20 seconds. So regarding these estimations, so this is the economic damages, and this is the human damages, and this is the house damages. So the results supposed, so we will have a huge damage on these areas. Okay. So based on these estimations, so we estimated or we evaluated the safety tsunami evacuation with considering road networks and their liquefaction. So here, so I will talk about the research results in my laboratories. This is a map of Miyazaki City area, and the colored area is tsunami inundation area. Okay, wide areas have tsunami inundation. And here is the Miyazaki port, and the here is the Miyazaki airport and Miyazaki port. Okay, and this is a location of evacuation place. Many evacuation places are allocated on city area. Some are designated evacuation centers, temporary shelters, tsunami evacuation buildings. These are allocated in city area. And this is a distribution of PL number. PL number, maybe you know, PL number is number which says degree of liquefaction. Degree of liquefaction. PL number more than 50. This is a high possibility of liquefaction. And 35 to 50. This is supposed moderate liquefaction. And black color is road network on this area. So based on the information of PL number, we estimated the land subsidence, road subsidence due to liquefaction. Left-hand side says a PL number against road subsidence. And the right-hand figures shows road width and revetment thickness. So we survey the condition of the road network one by one and estimated the road subsidence based on this graph. And if the road subsidence more than 0.3 meters due to liquefaction, so it cannot be used as an evacuation route. This is a guideline by MLIT, national government. And so regarding the road condition in Miyazaki City, so we applied these three conditions. If the pavement thickness T is less than 0.65, more than 3.0 meter subsidence occurred where the PL numbers greater than 35 and road width less than 11 meters. If the pavement thickness larger than 0.65 or less than 0.9 meters, more than 0.3 meter subsidence occurred where the PL numbers greater than 50 and road width less than 19 meters. In case of pavement thickness greater than 0.9 meters, this is very thick pavement. So in this case, no subsidence occurred. So based on these criteria, so we investigate where the subsidence more than 0.3 occurred. So this is a black colors is a survived network, and red colors is more than 0.3 subsidence. Okay, and based on this results, so we investigate the distribution of area where safety evacuation is not possible due to liquefaction. Okay. These red colors areas, so there are some evacuation building or evacuation place, but the people living on these red color areas cannot evacuate within before the tsunami attack. Here is a simulation assumption. Tsunami evacuation warning is announced 3 minutes after the earthquake. After that, people evacuate to the nearest evacuation place by foot within 17 minutes. Because before after 20 minutes, so first tsunami will attack on these areas. The evacuation speed is 2.3 kilometers per hour. Evacuate by foot. This is a guideline by MLIT, national government. So we investigate these areas cannot evacuate safely. So we ask the government when they reconstruct the road network, so they have to investigate the effect of the liquefaction on land subsidence. Okay. So this is a conclusion. First one is in previous large-scale disaster in Japan, in case of Tohoku earthquake in Japan, many residents do not return to their hometown due to the lack of job opportunities and education service and medical services. Because the people want to have the quick reconstruction. So this keynote speech mentions the necessity of prior reconstruction against next large-scale disasters. So this is important to have the quick recoveries. And the quick recoveries guarantee the job opportunities, education service, and medical services, even in the case of large disaster attacks. Okay. Because early reconstruction is strongly connected to many current social problems, such as aging, declining birth rate, concentration in cities, and depopulation in rural area, and the slump in economic activities in local area. So these are the current social problems, and the government try to solve these problems. So in that process, so the maintenance of infrastructure is also included. So when the government tried to maintain the infrastructure, so they had better apply the concept of prior reconstruction against next large-scale disasters. Prior reconstruction includes many aspects, the planning of debris processing, temporary housing, land use housing, road network, public facilities layout, etc. And also this keynote speech introduced my recent research that investigates the damage of road network by liquefaction, which to be considered in prior reconstruction to realize resident society in futures. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening, and that's all my presentation. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Murakami, for your interesting speech. I always amaze every time I go to lectures on disasters, because they will always show us that as humans, although we are so vulnerable, we can always find a way to overcome all of these hardships, including the pandemic, hopefully in the next future. Okay, so these are my takeaways from Professor Murakami's lectures. The first is mainly on his recent research on road liquefaction. I'm sorry, liquefactions. This is new for me, so I think we can all learn. I don't know if the Ministry of Public Works in Indonesia already considered these liquefations on roads in terms of evacuation routes, but I think that this is very interesting. Then we all can learn, and then I think it's very applicable to be applied in Indonesian condition, because we also a country that is very high risk in disasters. And the other takeaways are the issues of aging society, in which usually this happens in developed countries, but I think we are going there because the cost of living and the economy is not very good right now, and that's why maybe the consideration to have kids maybe become lesser and lesser. The second one is the next one would be community regeneration on social relationship. This is very interesting. The third one would be the prompt reconstruction procedures from disaster, initial periods, recovery periods, into the reconstruction period. I think Indonesia needs to learn from these steps and how to do these steps in a very prompt way, and so we don't lose life when disaster happens. The next one will be the interesting one for me. Actually, this is the interesting one for me, is relocation by consent. This is very interesting because I just found out that our central government is already instructing the local governments to find places where they can put relocations, housing relocations in terms of disasters. But I don't know if it's going to be a very big issue, because the relationship between government and communities or citizens. And the last one would be the difficulties to reach a consensus regarding the construction processes, in which politics, I think politics is included in this kind of interactions within the government, the private sectors, and the citizen. Okay, very interesting presentation, very interesting speech. Are there any questions for Professor Murakami? See, I will go to, can the community help me if someone is raising their hands and I don't see it? Okay, maybe from myself first. Back to the relocation by consent. I think that that condition is highly related to state-citizen relationship. I was wondering, for someone who is not very familiar with Japan relationship between state and citizen, could you please explain a little bit, Professor, about the relationship between state and citizenship in terms of disasters?
Yeah.
Maybe later we can compare with Indonesian condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe there are many differences between Japanese system and the Indonesian systems. Okay, so you know that in case of Tohoku earthquake, so Tohoku is one of the local areas, and you know, aging and depopulation is now the large problems in those local areas. And in that case, so the government, especially the local government, want to rebuild the communities that is nearly the same scale as the previous situation. But so they try to relocate, or they try to elevate their houses, but in case of Japanese land use condition, so we don't have the enough space, especially near the coastal areas, enough safety place near the coastal areas, because only 30% is a plain areas, and then 70% is a mountain areas, especially not only a local but also the city areas. So it is difficult to find a safety place near the hometown areas. So in that case, so government ask the resident to relocate the safety location, which are a little bit far from the hometown, their hometown. But in many cases, this is very inconvenient for the residential people, because the problem of medical service, or a problem of educational service, or far from working space or working office or something like that. So some people agree with the relocation, but some people do not agree. So in that case, so government cannot force to relocate to the safety place. So consensus building is very, very important. So that is the Japanese system, okay? And government cannot force the relocation or after the large disasters. So this means that that is why we usually ask prior reconstruction. So people need to talk the problem if they have large disasters, what they want to do, where they want to stay, where they want to rebuild their houses. So in each communities, so government ask the discussion before the next large disasters. So this is the main concept of reconstruction, prior reconstruction. So if the people consensus earlier, so the reconstruction process will go smoothly. Yeah. Yeah, but now, so we have another problem, aging or depopulation or slump in the economic activity, especially in local area. So that is why, so there is a difficulties in discussing the prior reconstruction. But this is a common problem, not only in after the disaster, but also in current situation. So we usually ask the problem which related to the prior reconstruction is the same as the current social problems. So if we can solve the current social problem, so this is directly transferred to the prior reconstruction. The problem is very, very similar. So this is a Japanese system. Maybe Indonesian has a different system, I think. Government forces a relocation or something like that. And but in case of Japan, so we cannot do that. Okay. Yeah. And also, maybe liquefaction. Today I talk about road subsidence due to the liquefaction. So this is, maybe you know liquefaction. The soil condition becomes like a mud due to the earthquake. So in case of Japan, so most of the plain area consists of the sand materials. So it is easy to liquefy. It is easy to have the liquefaction. So that is why the liquefaction under the earthquake, I think it is very important problem because so in case of the earthquake and tsunami disasters, so people should evacuate by foot, but in case of Tohoku earthquake, many people evacuate by their cars. Yeah. So this is a problem. Maybe in case of next large-scale disasters, most of the people want to use their car or bike or something like that. And but liquefaction more than 0.3 meters subsidence may generate secondary disasters such as traffic accident or rate of evacuation or time consuming of evacuation or something like that. So that is why so we asked when the government maintains a road network, please consider the liquefaction, possibility of liquefaction prior as a reconstruction against disasters. So maybe if the government reduce the number of the network which are affected by the liquefaction, so we can save more people. We can keep the safety evacuation, more safety evacuation. Okay. That is why so we did this kind of researches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Murakami.
Thank you very much.
The committee told me that you only have time until 11:15 Indonesian time.
Yeah, no. It's Japanese time. 11 is Indonesian time. Yeah. So 2 hours. There are 2 hours time difference between Japan and Indonesia.
Yes.
Maybe now is 1.
09.
What time? What time?
In Indonesia, it's 11:09. And maybe in Japan it's 1.
Yes, 1:09. So, maybe I want to. I need to go to some other meeting from 1:55. Sorry, 1:55. 1:15.
1:55.
Yeah, no, 1:15.
So
sorry, 1:15.
Okay, so you might have you might have time for one more question, I believe.
Yeah. One more question, please.
Okay. Okay, so the next in line would be Professor Ibeng from ITB, because he was the first one who gave a notice in the chat room. Professor Ibeng, if you may, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, the moderators. I just wanted to say hello to my old friend.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. You are here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have just a quick question. I know you are very busy. You have
How
to
are
live
you? How are you?
Very well, thank you. I stay at home almost 1 month, locked down fully 100%. Cannot go anywhere. I hope you are doing well over there.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick question that I continue our work with our student.
Yeah.
The past. So we are now dealing with the knowledge management about how we're going to adapt the situation in Aceh now.
Yeah.
So we have a problem with tsunami and everything. But the thing is trying to maintain the knowledge of people, how they learn from that, and then how they trying to accumulate all the knowledge in community level. So it's very difficult because people keep run. I mean, they go somewhere, not come back. So some people afraid that they're going to loss of their knowledge about the past experience they were facing at that time. So how you deal with that, Professor? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is a very good, very serious problem. So people tend to forget several years after. So people sometimes forget their disasters, what happened. So quite difficult to continue the knowledge of the disasters. Same as in Japan. But we are in case of Tohoku earthquake, so they have the same problem, and usually the government sometimes built a museum or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, but that is not so effective. But now, in case of Japan, so elementary school or junior high school, so through their education, so we try to put the event which happened on their areas, what happened near your hometown, and so students learn their risk or learn their characters surrounding their living areas. So that is very important. Never forget what happened around there. I think maybe each countries do the similar things. Of course, in Aceh, maybe education, including memories of disasters. So we need to continue longer and longer, and that is a kind of the tough work, but we have to continue these activities. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we have
nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again. We have also the same problems, just same as you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, from that last question and maybe slash reunion from Professor Ridwan and Professor Murakami, I would like to end this section of keynote speech. I would like, on the behalf of the ICPU committee, we would like to say thank you very much, Professor Murakami. Hopefully, in the near future, we can meet in person and maybe we can do something together in terms of disaster and other urban planning issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I have been visiting Brawijaya every year, but these 2 years, so due to the COVID-19, so we cannot communicate. So of course, in not this year, but next years, I want to visit Brawijaya again. Thank you very much today.
Hopefully. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we still have 2 more questions. Hopefully, if you don't mind, if we send them to you by email. Okay.
Yeah.
But later on.
Yeah. Okay. Please give me an email. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Okay. Maybe we can. I can give the event stick back to the MCs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fauzo Rizal Sutikno, for leading this session, as well as our noble keynote speakers for sharing your knowledge and your insights, especially regarding the role of planning in rural-urban relation in post-pandemic situation in East Java Province, as well as prior reconstruction against large scale of disaster.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Rizal dan seluruh keynote speakers atas wawasannya menarik terkait peran perencanaan dalam kolektivitas desa dan kota pada masa pandemi di Jawa Timur dan juga wawasan menarik terkait pemeliharaan infrastruktur terhadap bencana skala besar.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will having a break for 45 minutes starting from now. But before you leave, we would like to announce that there is a parallel session soon after the break. To all the presenters, you may take a look to the program book which has been emailed to you to see which room you are in, and please be ready in 5 minutes before the break ends.
Hadirin sekalian, kita akan memasuki sesi istirahat selama 45 menit. Sebelum meninggalkan ruangan, kami akan menginformasikan bahwa setelah sesi istirahat akan ada sesi paralel. Kepada seluruh presenter yang akan mempresentasikan di sesi paralel, Anda dapat membaca program book yang telah kami kirimkan pada email Anda. Serta mohon untuk mempersiapkan diri 5 menit sebelum istirahat berakhir.
So for the participants who is presenting in the parallel session, please be prepared as it will begin very shortly. And for those of you participant who is not presenting, you can be the audience and you are allowed to join any breakout room that you wish to be in.
Kepada seluruh peserta yang akan presentasi pada sesi paralel, mohon untuk bergabung ke breakout room segera. Dan kepada peserta yang tidak melakukan presentasi, Anda dapat bergabung ke breakout room atau tetap berada di ruangan utama.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce again that today's event is officially sponsored by Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, and Bantex Indonesia.
Sekali lagi, acara ini disponsori oleh Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, dan Bantex Indonesia.
Thank you once again for your participation, for your attention, and we will see you after the break.
Terima kasih atas perhatiannya dan sampai jumpa pada sesi selanjutnya.
Located in the highland of Java Island, Malang City is well known as the City of Education, with its cool weather all year round, stunning natural attractions, and iconic historical buildings. In 1963, Universitas Brawijaya was established in Malang and has become one of the leading universities in Indonesia. As a part of Universitas Brawijaya, the Faculty of Engineering plays an important role in advancing the engineering field through education, research, and community service. Faculty of Engineering.
The challenges of higher education are increasing in the future. We have made every effort to ensure that we can face the Industry 4.0 era. Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya focus on providing an education system to produce excellent and competent graduates. We also continue to collaborate and innovate through research and community service activities. Along with the professionalism value, the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya will continuously contribute to the national development of the Republic of Indonesia.
Our vision is in 2020. Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya becomes an eminent institution in the field of engineering in Asia and is able
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 5th ICPU 2021. We hope you all had a very insightful panel session. But before we move on to the next agenda for the day, we would like to thank again our sponsors, which are Universitas Brawijaya, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, and Pantex Indonesia.
Selamat datang kembali di acara The 5th ICPU 2021. Kami harap Anda mendapatkan wawasan baru yang menarik dari sesi paralel sebelumnya. Sebelum kita melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya, kita ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para sponsor, yaitu Universitas Brawijaya, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, dan Bantex Indonesia.
Masih di UBTV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next highlight, which is the third keynote speech given by two speakers. This session will be moderated by Mr. Dimas Wisnu. Mr. Dimas Wisnu is currently doing a research and becoming the teaching assistant at the Department of Planning, School of Environment, Education and Development, the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. He was pursuing his bachelor degree in Urban and Regional Planning, Universitas Brawijaya, continued his study to pursue master degree in Institut Teknologi Bandung and the University of Queensland, Australia. He got his PhD in University of Manchester. So, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Dimas Wisnu.
Welcome back to the evening for the third keynote session. So I hope you all had a very useful discussion in each of the breakout rooms. Some fresh ideas might be shared at some point in this session is very, very welcome. So this is the third keynote session of this conference. We will be having two honorable keynote speakers. So first we will have Dr. Suprapadi from the Ministry of Rural Development and Transmigration. And later to come is Dr. Jorovets from the University of Manchester. So the session will be divided into three subsessions. The first will be the delivery of the presentation from Dr. Suprapadi for approximately half an hour. And then we will continue to Jorovets' presentation, which would take approximately half an hour again. Then we will wrap up with the question and answer session at the end. So without further delay, we will move on to the first keynote speaker of the third session. So I would like to welcome Dr. Suprapadi. So I'll just summarize from his very long curriculum vitae, but I'll just try to summarize that Dr. Suprapadi is now he's holding the position of as the Chief of Development and Information Agency for Villages, Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigration at the Ministry of Rural Development and Transmigration of the Republic of Indonesia. And before, he also held some strategic and important roles within the same ministry. He is a graduate from the Gajah Mada University. Before he then proceeded to study his master's and PhD in Japan, first in the Kumamoto University, where he studied electrical engineering and computer, and then he did production engineering as the subject of his PhD studies in Saitama University. So Pak Suprapadi, I'm not sure. I've been advised from the committee that Pak Suprapadi has requested a permission for the sake of efficiency and effectiveness, to deliver his presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. So we welcome Pak Suprapadi. The time is yours. Silakan Pak.
Thank you, Pak Moderator, Pak Dimas Wisnu, distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. According to the topic given by the committee, I will convey about the village development policy, especially related to topic of rural-urban connectivity. Without reducing my respect, allow me to deliver a presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. Okay. Wait. We cannot operate my computer. Okay. Kami ucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia yang telah memberikan kesempatan pada topik yang sangat penting ini. Makanya kami ingin bawakan dalam bahasa Indonesia, karena topik ini menjadi topik yang perlu diketahui banyak secara baik, yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Kalau melihat partisipannya banyak yang dari Indonesia, mudah-mudahan nanti banyak masukan kepada kementerian kami, khususnya dalam sharing informasi terkait pembangunan desa, yang saat ini topiknya sangat sesuai dengan International Conference ini, yaitu perencanaan di era ketidakpastian seperti yang terjadi pada pandemi COVID-19 ini. Kalau kita perhatikan ketidakpastian ini sangat tiba-tiba yang kami rasakan di kementerian, sehingga harus membuat kebijakan-kebijakan untuk pembangunan desa yang harus bisa adaptable, yang bisa adaptasi dengan kondisi yang ada saat ini. Mengingat saat ini desa merupakan bagian penting menjadi strategi pembangunan Indonesia pada umumnya. Ini konsekuensi diadakannya Undang-Undang 6 terkait dengan tentang desa. Nah, untuk itu kami izinkan untuk slide berikutnya. Kalau kita bicara tentang desa, kita kalau terkaitkan dengan topik ini, kita harus juga melihat disparitas antara desa dan kota. Kalau kita lihat dari grafik ini, kita bisa melihat bahwa kalau kita lihat di gini rasio, bahwa di desa ini gini rasionya relatif rendah, tapi di kota begitu tingginya. Nah, kalau kita perhatikan dari 2017-18 khususnya, pembangunan yang ada di desa bisa menekan rasio gini, sangat efektif. Ya, begitu pula di kota, walaupun masih tidak sebaik yang ada di desa, bahwa kebijakan pembangunan yang ada di desa ini relatif kita mendapatkan achievement yang cukup baik, yang tadinya di 2018 Maret ini ada 0,324, ini turun di Maret ini 2020 3,17. Namun disinilah yang terkait dengan topik kita kali ini, yaitu terkait dengan ketidakpastian. Nah, oleh karena itu perencanaan pembangunan di level desa pun juga harus bisa adaptasi terhadap kondisi yang saat ini. Kalau kita lihat slope-nya di desa dibandingkan dengan yang ada di kota ini, slope-nya bahwa gini rasionya semakin tinggi di kota daripada di desa. Nah, ini menjadi hal penting untuk dijadikan suatu poin untuk perencanaan yang ada di desa, di mana caranya masih tetap melandainya dibandingkan dengan kota ini bisa kita jaga dengan baik. Berikut. Menjadi 14,93 juta untuk di desa ini, ya. Namun demikian, kebijakan ini nggak bisa diteruskan begitu saja, karena begitu ada ketidakpastian akibat pandemi ini, maka kemiskinan menjadi naik. Di September tahun 2020 kemiskinan naik lagi, yang semula 14,97 menjadi 15,51. Nah, keadaan-keadaan seperti ini mewajibkan kita untuk melakukan perubahan perencanaan pembangunan. Harus adaptasi sesuai dengan kondisi yang ada saat ini. Nah, oleh karena itu, kebijakan pembangunan untuk desa itu harus disesuaikan. Nah, kalau kita lihat di slide berikutnya, bahwa adanya migrasi ya dari desa ke kota, ini juga menjadi salah satu bahan pertimbangan untuk membuat perencanaan untuk menghadapi hal-hal yang tidak pasti. Kalau kita perhatikan di sini bahwa dari riset yang ada, perpindahan dari desa ke kota itu akan cenderung dalam rangka untuk menaikkan, untuk mendapatkan peluang dan pendapatan yang lebih baik. Jadi pindah ke kota diharapkan menjadi lebih baik, dan kebanyakan bekerja di sektor jasa, di sektor industri, dan pertanian relatif lebih kecil. Ini relatif baru hasil riset ini yang datanya dikumpulkan oleh BPS, bahwa ada kecenderungannya perpindahan dari desa ke kota ini dikarenakan oleh adanya peluang untuk melakukan sesuatu yang baik. Namun demikian, kalau kita perhatikan adanya pandemi ini, impact daripada pandemi pada tenaga kerja, kalau kita perhatikan bahwa dampak pandemi terhadap tenaga kerja yang ada di kota yang warna biru ini itu lebih dahsyat dibandingkan yang terjadi di desa-desa. Apakah itu orang yang sedang bekerja, apakah itu bukan angkatan kerja, apakah kerja part time gitu, ini ataukah pengurangan jam kerja. Ini relatif banyak terjadi di kota-kota, sedangkan di desa relatif lebih sedikit. Kalau kita lihat dari data ini, maka apabila terjadi migrasi dari desa ke kota, maka mereka menjadi sangat rentan bila tidak di-create di pekerjaannya itu adalah pekerjaan-pekerjaan yang produktif, dalam arti bisa men-create value based on sumber daya yang ada di desa. Karena hampir semua dari riset yang ada, itu semua rumah tangga itu menyatakan terdampak buruk terhadap adanya pandemi ini. Nah, inilah yang menjadi peluang bagi kita untuk melihat bahwa kondisi yang buruk yang dihadapi pandemi ini, oleh pandemi ini, untuk di desa, karena ini sangat kecil dampaknya, maka kita bisa membuka peluang tenaga kerjaan di desa-desa. Bisa kita meng-create sumber lapangan pekerja yang ada di desa. Oleh karena itu, kebijakan pembangunan desa itu harus mulai digeser untuk mempertahankan supaya tidak terjadi migrasi dari desa ke kota-kota. Nah, ini dalam rangka untuk menjaga sustainability pembangunan yang tidak rentan terhadap adanya ketidakpastian. Nah, mengapa ini menjadi pilihan penting untuk bisa dilaksanakan di desa? Karena pada dasarnya desa-desa itu punya potensi yang tinggi, ya, punya potensi desa yang tinggi. Sebagai contoh dari data yang kami punya, bahwa kalau misalnya kita di Jawa ini mempunyai produk unggulan, ya, ada di 8.499 desa, sangat dahsyat. Yang non pangan itu ada 5.000 lebih desa. Nah, ini kalau kita angkat menjadi salah satu sumber daya, kalau kita menggunakan konsep neo-endogenous rural development, maka potensi ini bisa diangkat dan bisa menjadikan sumber daya yang ada di desa itu bisa menjadi optimal untuk meng-create tenaga kerja, meng-create suatu unit usaha, sehingga nanti diharapkan bila ada hal-hal yang tidak terduga seperti ini, pandemi ini, maka bisa memberikan solusi secara struktural. Nah, ini inline dengan RJPMN, RPJMN, Rencana Pembangunan Jangka Menengah Nasional, dan sesuai dengan arahan daripada Presiden kalau kita perhatikan bahwa ada 5 hal penting, yaitu simplifikasi daripada birokrasi. Jadi jangan dibuat rumit birokrasi itu, dibuatlah yang sangat sederhana. Nah, ini diharapkan nanti bisa mempercepat terjadinya pembangunan di desa-desa. Ini sangat sederhana kalau bisa kita terjemahkan saat ini. Saat ini, ketika birokrasinya misalnya bantuan langsung tunai dana desa, ketika harus birokrasinya dibuat berjenjang dan dibuat pencairan dana bantuan langsung tunai itu tiap bulan, maka serapannya dananya itu sangat rendah sekali. Padahal di saat sulit seperti ini, masyarakat golongan rendah itu sangat membutuhkan sumber daya keuangan untuk mempertahankan hajat hidupnya. Nah, oleh karena itu hal-hal seperti ini menjadi simple, ya, menjadi sangat dibutuhkan. Nah, sebagai contoh saat ini telah dilakukan relaksasi. Jadi kalau mendistribusikannya jangan tiap bulan, tetapi 3 bulan sekali misalnya seperti itu. Nah, ternyata serapannya menjadi cukup tinggi. Kita bisa mempertahankan dengan cepat daya beli masyarakat di level yang paling bawah. Nah, ini contoh salah satu arahan Presiden yang perlu dibuat kebijakan untuk desa, bagaimana menyederhanakan birokrasi yang ada di desa-desa. Begitu pula dengan sumber daya manusia ya yang ada di desa. Sumber daya manusia yang ada di desa hampir semua, bukan hampir semua, sebagian besar desa-desa itu kepala desanya itu pendidikannya SMA, SMU ke bawah, ya. Dan SMP, SD pun masih banyak. Nah ini menjadi permasalahan juga. Makanya arahan daripada Presiden terkait bagaimana untuk membangun sumber daya manusia di desa-desa ini bisa menjadi salah satu daya ungkit yang signifikan dalam pembangunan di desa. Begitu juga terkait dengan infrastruktur, pengembangan infrastruktur. Sekarang di Indonesia begitu gencar pembangunan infrastruktur yang menghubungkan dari satu titik ekonomi ke titik ekonomi yang lain. Namun demikian konektivitas daripada desa ke kota, akses dari desa ke jalan tol itu sangat rendah. Oleh karena itu ini perlu menjadi salah satu bagian penting untuk membuat kebijakan terkait konektivitas antara desa dan kota. Dalam hal ini infrastruktur. Nah, infrastruktur seperti ini akhirnya dibutuhkan suatu kebijakan baru, bahkan dalam bentuk regulasi yang saat ini sedang dibahas terkait dengan undang-undang jalan. Bagaimana membuat suatu akses ekonomi dari desa ke kota melalui jalan ekonomi itu bisa dibuat. Nah, saat ini menjadi salah satu bagian penting yang harus dibuat. Kemudian transformasi ekonomi, bahwa pembangunan di desa pun juga harus mempertimbangkan terjadinya transformasi ekonomi, terjadinya pertumbuhan ekonomi di desa, sehingga desa itu nanti menjadi salah satu sumber penting daripada pembangunan ekonomi yang ada di desa yang bisa menopang ekonomi, pertumbuhan ekonomi di kota-kota bila sumber dayanya itu berasal dari desa-desa. Nah, terkait dengan ini, pada awal kabinet tahun kali ini itu sudah ada arahan dari Presiden, kalau tidak salah pada saat tanggal 22 Oktober, ada arahan penting kepada Pak Menteri Desa, bagaimana caranya dana desa itu harus bisa mencapai semua warga desa yang ada di desa itu, khususnya yang ada di level yang paling bawah. Kita ingin memastikan bagaimana membuat kebijakan agar dana desa itu bisa dirasakan oleh golongan masyarakat yang paling bawah, bukan pada elitisnya. Nah, ini perlu suatu kebijakan ya, yang spesifik bagaimana kita bisa mendorong dana desa itu bisa sampai dirasakan ke level yang bawah. Juga dana desa bagaimana bisa mengimprove pertumbuhan ekonomi dan sumber daya yang ada di desa. Ya, ini konsep ini itu sangat dekat dengan konsep dari SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, yang telah diratifikasi oleh Indonesia, yang salah satunya adalah No One Left Behind. Sehingga kita di Kementerian Desa dalam membuat kebijakan, yaitu menggunakan prinsip No One Left Behind ini atau SDGs ini yang kita turunkan hingga ke desa-desa. Sehingga nanti tujuan bagaimana supaya bisa dirasakan sampai di desa itu benar-benar bisa terwujud ya, sehingga nanti diharapkan desa betul-betul bisa menopang pembangunan Indonesia. Ini adalah the global goal daripada SDGs. Ya, ada 17 goal ya, dari tanpa kemiskinan, tanpa kelaparan, ya, hingga terus ke 17 partnership ini. Nah, dari sini kebijakan global oleh UN ini sudah diratifikasi oleh pemerintah Indonesia, yang mana dari ratifikasi ini, ya, ratifikasi ini itu oleh Perpres 59 tahun 2017 ya, dari SDGs global ini diturunkan, diadopsi ke nasional. Kemudian dari nasional ini kebijakan kita buat di level desa, sehingga nanti diharapkan desa ini bisa memberikan kontribusi yang signifikan terhadap pembangunan yang ada di nasional. Ya, Nah, berdasarkan dari hasil riset yang ada, bahwa kalau kita menggunakan konsep SDGs di level desa, maka desa itu bisa memberikan kontribusi hingga 74% dalam rangka untuk mencapai tujuan SDGs nasional. Nah, kenapa 74%? 74% ini kita peroleh dari bahwa 91% wilayah Indonesia itu ada wilayah ada di perdesaan. Sedangkan 40% itu terkait dengan kewarganegaraan itu atau masyarakat itu 41% itu ada di desa-desa. Sehingga kalau kita menggunakan kebijakan ini, konsep ini, maka kita akan bisa cepat bisa membantu SDGs nasional dalam rangka untuk mencapai goalsnya. Nah, ini adalah poin penting terkait dengan SDGs desa, yaitu pembangunan total atas semua desa, no one left behind, tak ada satupun warga desa yang terlewatkan. Kemudian ada 18 goal, kalau tadi SDGs nasional global itu 17 goal, kita tambahkan 1 menjadi 18 goal, dan ya generasi mendatang tetap menjadi bagian dari pelaksanaan pemanfaatan pembangunan. Jadi ada 4 hal ini yang menjadi penting yang bisa mendorong pencapaiannya secara total terhadap pembangunan yang ada di desa-desa. Nah, ini kalau kita perhatikan ada 18 goals ya. Jadi desa tanpa kemiskinan, desa tanpa kelaparan, desa sejahtera, pendidikan desa berkualitas, ya, hingga sampai 18 goals ini yaitu terkait dengan kelembagaan desa yang dinamis dan budaya desa yang adaptif. Nah, tadi kita sampaikan bahwa terkait dengan aspek kewilayahan, Indonesia itu ada 91% wilayahnya di desa dan 43% itu ada kewarganegaraannya ada di desa. Dan 91% terkait dengan kewilayahan itu sangat dekat hubungannya dengan 11 goal daripada SDGs. Dan 43% warga yang tinggal di desa itu terkait dengan 6 goals daripada SDGs. Oleh karena itu konsep SDGs, kebijakan SDGs ini menjadi salah satu poin penting ya yang akan menjadi daya dukung untuk mencapai itu. Nah, yang 18 kita tambahkan, kita memberikan apresiasi terhadap kearifan lokal yang ada di desa. Jangan sampai kita melakukan pembangunan yang ada di desa, tapi merusak lokal wisdom yang ada di desa. Oleh karena itu kita tambahkan goal ke-18 ini, yaitu kelembagaan yang dinamis dan budaya adaptif. Nah, ada 8 tipologi, ya, ada 8 tipologi, yaitu desa tanpa kemiskinan, tanpa kelaparan, tumbuh ekonomi desa tumbuh secara merata, ya, kesehatan, lingkungan. Ini kita bagi menjadi 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, dan masing-masing itu ada goalsnya di sini. Sehingga kalau kita ingin membuat strategi pembangunan yang ada di desa, kita kelompokkan menjadi 8, yang mana 8 itu akan meng-cover 18 goals tadi. Nah, termasuk adalah desa terjejaring, termasuk ini tadi adalah desa budaya desa yang adaptif. Nah, ini menjadi salah satu bagian dasar kebijakan kita. Nah, sebagai salah satu contoh tadi juga sudah disampaikan bahwa dengan data yang ada bisa memberikan kontribusi kepada sains. Ya. Nah, dengan data SDGs desa ini kita bisa melakukan suatu strategi, membuat suatu perencanaan yang nantinya meskipun dalam kondisi yang sangat tidak pasti, kita bisa mendesain bila kita bisa melakukan pengukuran, bisa mendefinisikan indikator, gitu. Bahkan kita bisa melakukan membuat program yang mana program-programnya itu seperti sniper itu langsung to the point kepada goals yang ada di sini, pada target di sini. Misalnya menurunkan kemiskinan di desa hingga sekian persen. Nah, apa yang dilakukan di sini? Dengan konsep SDGs yang mempunyai 220 dua indikator bisnis desa dan banyaknya desa sebanyak 74.961, maka dengan database ini kita bisa menggunakan konsep artificial intelligence untuk bisa menyusun suatu perencanaan dalam rangka untuk membantu desa-desa membuat perencanaan pembangunan. Nah, ini sangat penting ke depannya, yang kali ini kami datanya baru mendapatkan 1 tahun, namun dengan data sebelumnya kita bisa menganalisis hingga sampai dengan awal tahun 2000-an. Maka ini nanti bisa menjadi topik penting oleh perguruan tinggi, menjadi bahan riset bagaimana kita bisa mendesain suatu perencanaan yang non-linear. Ya, ketika ada pandemi pun itu bisa mengikuti jalannya keadaan yang jadi saat ini. Ini salah satu contoh bagaimana kita membuat pengentasan kemiskinan, termasuk yang ngikutin BPJS misalnya, dengan data BPJS bagaimana kita bisa memastikan, bisa memperkirakan bahwa yang akan rentan seperti pandemi seperti ini, ketika BPJS-nya nggak ada, mereka susah. Ya, oleh karena itu ini bisa langsung BPJS itu bisa memberikan dampak kepada terjadinya kemiskinan yang ada di desa-desa bila terjadi masyarakat tersebut menderita sakit. Nah, ini salah satu kebijakan.
Mohon maaf Pak, mau mengingatkan untuk waktu presentasinya mungkin kurang lebih 8 menit. Terima kasih.
Jadi ini adalah salah satu contoh policy kebijakan terkait dengan pembangunan desa, adanya pandemi yang tidak pasti ini. Satu kebijakannya yaitu untuk recovery ekonomi nasional, ya. Ini sesuai dengan kewenangan desa. Nah, program-programnya kita bisa mendevelop unit, kita bisa membuat atau mengembangkan bisnis ekonomi atau mengembangkan ekonomi produktif, ya, maupun kita yang kedua ini, kita saat ini bisa juga membuat program-program yang untuk mengumpulkan data saat ini terkait dengan pandemi ini. Dan yang terakhir yaitu kita adaptasi terhadap new normal ini. Jadi ini menjadi salah satu kebijakan baru ketika ada pandemi, kita bisa mendesain agar recovery bisa terjadi khususnya yang ada di desa-desa. Nah, ini rural urban connectivity ini yang menjadi pembicaraan penting di kali ini, yaitu bagaimana kita bisa menggunakan dana desa itu di level produsen, ya, di level desa melalui BUMDes-nya connecting kepada customer yang ada di desa, di kota. Jadi dari desa ke kota, maka dana desa kebijakannya bisa digunakan untuk urusan-urusan yang ada di hulu, urusan-urusan kelembagaan, urusan-urusan terhadap ekonomi digital, sehingga bisa mengantarkan dari desa hingga ke kota terhadap produk-produk yang ada di desa. Ini salah satu contohnya dari petani, ya, kemudian mereka produksi, kemudian di sini di-insert satu teknologi bisa diolah menjadi added value oleh BUMDes, kemudian di-deliver hingga ke kota-kota. Jadi bisa direct customer di kota maupun bisa melalui marketplace, bisa juga melalui offline. Nah, inilah nanti menjadi salah satu kebijakan penting untuk pembangunan desa dikaitkan dengan masa pandemi ini, yang mana saat ini Kementerian Desa itu telah bekerja sama dengan banyak ekonomi yang berbasis digital, usaha industri berbasis digital untuk mengantarkan produk dari desa hingga ke kota-kota. Nah, oleh karena itu sebagai salah satu contoh nanti untuk bisa menaikkan nilai tambah yang ada di desa yang kebanyakan selama ini raw material dari problem yang ada hingga bisa kita masuk pada ekspor atau domestik, maka strategi polisinya adalah science and technology. Kita masuk, dunia digital akan masukkan ke desa, adanya kolaborasi yang ada di desa, spesialisasi kalau desanya itu bisa wisata terkait dengan wisata, kalau agriculture dan diversifikasi dari produk-produk yang ada. Ini harus bisa menjadi salah satu referensi untuk menaikkan nilai tambah dalam rangka untuk bisa terjadinya transformasi ekonomi yang ada di desa-desa. Nah, ini sebagai contoh, ya, sebagai contoh bila desa-desa ingin menjadi desa ekspor, yang produk unggulannya itu misalnya kalau ini adalah ikan atau produk-produk yang lain, ini bisa punya potensi ekspor. Ya, seperti itu. Misalnya kalau kita ke Jerman, ke Argentina, ke UK, ini ada potensi 5,2 miliar US dollar, termasuk produk-produk yang lain. Nah ini nanti dengan konsep yang ada di sini, maka kita bisa menciptakan nilai tambah di desa-desa dan bisa menjadi produk ekspor yang bisa menghasilkan devisa untuk negara. Saya kira itu aja dari kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, terima kasih Pak Suprapedi atas presentasinya yang sangat insightful. Yeah, so we just had a very insightful session which connects what is the Indonesian government in terms of making the best use of the village funds to get into the village development into the right direction. So if I may summarize a bit of the points of Pak Suprapedi's presentation. So indeed, first is it was opened by the reality of the disparity. So it's the Gini index, which in normal days, I mean at times before the pandemic, it's quite normal that the Gini ratio in rural areas are lower than those of the urban areas. But then, due to the impacts of the pandemic, there have been unprecedented changes, which have risen significantly the Gini index for rural areas. And also, this have also a consequence to all of the programs that have been carried out since before, with regards to rural development, which now have had an impact of the declining economic activities and other social economic impacts that has been brought by this pandemic. Subsequently, we also see the impact on the workforce. It is, I mean, not surprising that the rate of unemployment is higher in urban areas than in rural. But of course, if we say in overall context that there's been a significant decline either in employment rate or in the overall income of the both the urban and the rural communities. What also interests me here is about the SDGs, which 74, well, I mean, the village having that more than 70% of Indonesia's area is falls under the category of rural areas. So the consequence is that more policies, more funding for the rural development potentially contributes approximately 74% of the achievement of the national goals for the sustainable development goals. So this is a very insightful figure, a very strong reason why at some point rural development has a very strategic value. And of course, yes, also some of the policy recommendation for how to make, how to actualize or accentuate these targets of being 74% of the national goal through village development, which consists of focusing on alleviating rural poverty, which will be targeted 0% into 2030. Also 100% of participation in health insurance. Also with regards to the number of families entitled to hardship fund. And also there was a very strong line here which relates to this conference, which I mean, emphasizes on the rural-urban linkages. So it has been suggested by Pak Suprapedi that to make the best use of Dana Desa, or the Village Development Fund, is to ensure that rural areas big players within the chain of products. So, for instance, say for foods, how to ensure that villages have a competitive value to produce the most highest quality of foods, which then can be distributed in a wider chain until the export. So this is just some of the examples of the thank you very much, Pak Suprapedi, for this very insightful. So if any of you have, if any of your audience have questions, you may keep it later at the end of the session, because now we are heading to the second keynote speaker. It's Dr. Joe Roberts. So I welcome him. Dr. Joe Roberts of the University of Manchester. He is currently the co-director of the Centre of Urban Resilience and Energy, while also the leader of Future-Proof Cities in the Manchester Urban Institute. He's a leading thinker on sustainable futures. His latest publication includes the Deeper City, which I believe some of these substance will be delivered on his presentation. So, Dr. Joe Roberts, the time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimas. Can you hear me okay? And good, thanks. And I'm just saying, I'm very, very pleased to be here. I'm very inspired by the previous speaker, actually, and I think we should learn from these fantastic things which are going on in Indonesia, to maybe you could help with some of our deep-rooted problems over here in Western Europe and so on. So without further ado, I will share some thoughts. Is this okay? Sharing? Yes? I'd like to talk about this connectivity theme. This connectivity seems to me to be not only connecting one place to another place, or connecting producers to consumers. It's actually maybe connecting all parts of society. And how to do this? There is no textbook which tells you how. Well, I've tried to write one, but it's only a beginning, actually. So with that in mind, let's look at not only urban and rural, but also the peri-urban. And this is one of my long-running interests. Here are my clients in a poorer state, not far from here. This is their objective, happiness. These are the points of my presentation in the next 25 minutes approximately. What and where is the peri-urban? What do we mean by the peri-eco-urban synergy or connectivity? And what does that mean for a new concept of resilience? Then I'll talk about the Peri-Scene project and the case of Surabaya. Some of you here I know already through this case. There's some work in progress going on, which I think is very inspiring. A couple of words about practical pathways and then some conclusions. I'd also say I was inspired that we're now also learning from Indonesia. There's a word, Subak, which is now the name of a new NGO, which is set up to channel information on climate change. And the word comes from ancient, I believe, Indonesian wisdom on how to grow in harmony with nature. So with that in mind, we have basically some very disturbing facts coming up in front of us. And you might be familiar with this kind of diagram on climate change. And this is one of the projected effects in London, for example. And we also know that the political goals are for, over here on the spectrum, but the reality is likely to be much greater degrees of climate change on current projections, unless the world can start to learn to collaborate. Or we burn, we flood, and so on. And this is one of the effects, just in the news last week. So with that in mind, we can start to construct maps of the likely combination of problems across the world. Oh, here is Southeast Asia, and we have a fantastic combination of problems: flood, heat, fire, storm, tsunamis, landslides, and so on and so on. It's a long list. We can also talk about the urbanizing world, and this graphic shows, I think, in kind of animating form, the effect of 40 years of urban growth projected. And we see again, yes, most of the growth is in countries which are already more vulnerable to climate change. And then we can start to type this, and here is a map of the mega cities on the coast, and here, by the way, is Calcutta, where we're working. Here's also Jakarta, which may be familiar to some of you, with a list of major problems to address, on top of the challenges of inequality, of growth and pollution, and all of the problems which development brings at the same time as opportunities. So, what can be done? Well, we can start to be more analytic and say, okay, there are different types of challenges, and they are not just a shopping list, 1, 2, 3, 4, they all interconnect, they interact. This makes it more challenging. We have peri-urban challenges, which you can see in the graphic is, you know, on a big scale, the explosion of cities and urban infrastructure into the countryside. And the detail is not nice to see. We have, you know, roads, power lines, factories, water treatment plants, and many people are displaced and they have to live in slums and so on and so on. So we can say, oh, well, by the way, there is also a climate challenge coming up. There are problems in managing the landscape. There are social challenges, economic challenges, governance challenges, and even strategic questions, which are very hard to really answer. So this is a kind of map of everything that there is to do. And the point is here, yes, these things all connect. They are interconnective, and so on. So if we want to find solutions and ways forward, we have to not only do 1, 2, 3, 4, like a shopping list, we then have to say, oh, how do these things all interact and interconnect? So again, we can go around the circle looking for opportunities, pathways, as we call them, social, economic, landscape, climate change, and also the peri-urban. And the example you see here is not far from Manchester, where more or less we are starting to get these things to work together. There is still a very long way to go. So with that in mind, well, where is this peri-urban? This is the textbook definition, and here is more like a reality check. Some people in the room know about these diagrams, I think, already, but the reality is actually more complex, because then we say, oh, it's not only things which are flat on a map, it's about the links between one place and another kind of place. So here is the urban to the peri-urban, and then here is the peri-urban to the peri-urban, and then here is the peri-urban to the rural, or maybe the rural to the peri-urban, and so on and so on. And all of these things, they are, you know, not simple. They are links, opportunities maybe, but also potential problems. Some of this is coming up through the UN Habitat and the Urban Rural Linkages Programme, and we're working with them now on a variety of these different agendas, but also to say, yeah, it's not, again, a shopping list, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's more like, yeah, these are all connected. How do we do this? Again, most of us, well, I am a complete beginner after 20 years. So then we have to start thinking, oh, okay, maybe we look at more detail. Say, oh, these linkages, what's going on? Well, there are driving forces on the social and demographic change. Where do people live? What is their family and their household? Is there pressure coming outwards or inwards? And this is just one beginning of a map to say, oh, okay, we can start to track what is going on in our city with the the knowledge that, yes, things are very much connected. We have to start to understand these flows. Then we can do the same thing with employment and economy. It's a long story. We could spend an hour just talking about this one. And of course, transport is very key to this. And we all know, yes, if we have traffic congestion, should we build a bigger road? We're asking this question all over Europe and UK at the moment, because the evidence says, oh, you build a bigger road, you cause more congestion, not less. So what's to do? We have to look at the system, not just the problem which is right in front of us. So with that in mind, we can then go to say, oh, okay, how do we start to look at this system? And just to follow on the transport example, well, here is a cartoon version of a smart automobile city. And as you can see, the car parks are getting bigger, and the roads and the interchanges are getting bigger. And the question is, are we connecting everybody, or are we disconnecting everybody? And the short answer is, well, both, but actually the disconnection is a growing problem, because then this also allows the disconnection not only of physical things in the city and the region, but of society. And this is even more of a challenge. So then if we say, oh, okay, let's look at the idea of a multimodal city. Things are better connected. The transit hubs are working. They're active centres. The villages, as in the previous speaker's wonderful presentation, the villages are better connected to the urban system. So that sounds good. How do we do it? And again, we have to look at the dynamics of change in this very difficult, messy peri-urban zone. And we talk about the economic metabolism, which is basically meaning people want to make money. How do they make money? Well, they do development as fast as they can, and then they walk away, they sell it and walk away. And if there are social impacts, it's not their problem, and so on. I mean, I'm generalising, but that's how it is in the UK. And then we say, okay, maybe we could look for spatial synergies between the different parts of the economic metabolism and the different parts of the social metabolism. What does this mean? Well, we have to look for practical examples. So then, what does it mean on the ground, in space? Well, again, we say, okay, we have a spatial metabolism. And this is where, a lot of people want to make money as fast as possible and then walk away. And the result is a disconnected city and region. And you can see one thing here, another thing over there, the leisure mall, the shopping mall, the high value housing, and so on and so on, all very disconnected. So the first task is to look for connections, synergies, or interconnectivity, as you say. And these are some examples which then start to come up. And then we say, this is not going to happen just if we press a button or pass a policy law to say you must do this. It's a process. It's a pathway of learning and collaboration between all the stakeholders. So how does that work? Well, we can start to look for different types of pathway that suits different types of people. So, okay, if you people, the landowners and the ecologists and the energy providers can agree on one thing, great, we have a pathway. If the village people and the local government and the entrepreneurs can agree on another thing, great, we have a pathway, and so on. So we build these from bottom up, so to say. And then we say, oh, okay, can we use that kind of thinking to talk about resilience in climate change? And in this cartoon, well, we have a bad flood situation. The farmers in the hills, they don't know anything about what happens down the river, so they cut the trees, the soil runs off into the river, it is then very destructive. The houses are all built in the wrong place because nobody is thinking about it, the government is all in silos, and so on and so on. So how to do this better? Well, we can talk about another model of resilience. We call it in our term wise resilience. And this is more than information and digital tools, although those are very important. It's about the collaboration between different parts of society. So we get the farmers to work with the town people, and we get the engineers to work with the social people. We start to connect all the different parts of the government. And this is not an easy thing, but that's really the only thing to do. So then we can talk about a different kind of risk. It's not just 1 in a million, it's about gaps in collaboration and so on. And this changes the agenda. Now, again, we're all beginners, but we're working with these ideas in the UK and Europe and in many other parts of the world. So then we say, oh, okay, let's look at what that means for adaptation. And here you see a model of climate adaptation, meaning, okay, the flood is coming, what are we going to do? And in this one, we see, oh, okay, it's a problem, so we get the engineers, there are social problems, so we get the army to control people. If there are migrants arriving on boats, we tell them to go home, they are not welcome here, and so on. So again, we have to start asking different kinds of questions. So yeah, what are we adapting to? Is it just the problem in front, or is it maybe a way to transform urban areas, rural areas, peri-urban areas, with all this in mind? So then we can get more systematic and say, again, okay, let's get everybody around the table, if possible, the stakeholders and so on. And then first we look for the problems and the power relations and the economic power and so on and so on. Everything is not working well. Then we can start to look for the possibility of interconnections, synergies between different groups of actors. And if those become clear through discussion, negotiation, creative thinking, futures thinking, then we can start to, again, look for the pathways which can really make this work over a period of time. So that's, and the good news is climate adaptation is very cost effective. Every dollar you spend, you get 5 or maybe 10 back. But it's spread around society over a period of time, and there are uncertainties. This is all the more reason to look for the synergies that enable people to work together. Okay? So with that in mind, well, we have a little project which includes our colleagues from Surabaya, and I'll just show you a very quick sketch of what is going on with this work in progress. The project itself, well, we start from the peri-urban problem and the climate problem, and this always means, oh yes, it's a social problem where we start with rich and poor, and it's always a government problem, meaning does the government know what to do? And usually the answer is not much, certainly in this country. So the project itself, well, we have 21 partners, UN Habitat, large case studies in India and in UK. We have some tools, which I'll show. We're reporting to the SDGs, number 11, 13 and 15 in particular, but actually most of them are involved. And we ask particular questions. What is the impact of peri-urban development on climate? What is the impact of climate on peri-urban? And what's to do? And we have, that's the map of our partners around the world. So we start usually with creative thinking, and we say, tell us your problems. And it usually comes out all messy. So these are messy flip charts. This is 3 flip charts joined together. And you can see, yes, it's very messy. And we ask people, what are the problems? Oh, it's like this, it's like that, all over the map. And usually problems are also mixed up with solutions or pathways. So we say, okay, just tell us what you think, what is on your mind. Sooner or later, then we get more systematic. We start to build a model, a systems concept model. And we start to track the links like this. And then we say, okay, let's put the problem areas on these links and have short-term immediate problems and long-term strategic problems. They are often very mixed up. And then we start to say, okay, here are the solutions or pathways or possibilities for connecting different parts of society. So again, this is one way to go. Then we have a whole set of maps, and these are the some of the maps which we now have for Surabaya, and I'll just go through very quickly because you are the experts on Surabaya. But here is Surabaya in our scheme. This is a global mapping system with on a 1 kilometer grid, so it's not very detailed locally, but you get a broad picture. And the green and yellow cells that you see on this map, these are the ones of particularly peri-urban density. Not really rural, not really urban, somewhere in between. And this could be traditional villages, or it could be new suburbs, or it could be an airport growth zone. All of these things are possible. So this is 1990, and then we have population density 2015. Only 25 years, you see the difference. A lot of urbanization of peri-urban areas and so on. We also notice that the boundary of Surabaya city is a small area in this bigger map. The urban system is, well, as you will know, pretty big and growing very fast. And then we say, okay, where are these functional urban areas? Well, here is the official map of the functional urban areas, overlaid on the change map, what has changed in 25 years. So we're starting to build up a very analytical approach to what is going on with this urban system, which is already looking very complex. How to understand such a thing, and then particularly how to understand the interaction with climate. And well, we see on this map, this is a projection from 2080, again a global projection, no local detail. You will have much better maps, I'm sure, but this is the broad overview for a, let's say, worst case scenario. This may not happen every year, but we know now from recent events the worst case scenario in Canada was now, it was overtaken. Large parts of the west coast are on fire. The worst case scenario in Germany last week, this was overtaken, and 200 people have now died, and so on. So this map is food for thought, let's say. And then we also look at the coastal flood risk and the sea level rise, theoretical or practical, and so on and so on. So all of these things are coming up. And then with this amazing map, we can track the overlay on the flood map, the forest cover change on the population density and the forest fires, and so on and so on. And over 20 years, well, there's actually a lot of fires and a lot of forest loss. So this is again food for thought, because as we all know, if we cut down forests up the river, then down the river, we're much more likely to get floods, and so on and so on. So, and we can then track that onto land use cover and land use change and so on. And then nearly finally, we say, what do the scientists say who are studying global climate change? And this is their, regional assessment. Surabaya is up at the top here. The temperature rise, luckily, is not so bad as it is in other places. And it's already, quite warm. The precipitation is a different story, and we may see a lot more precipitation in one part of the year and then a drought in the other part of the year, for example. So these...
Remind you, the time for presentation is 10 minutes.
10 more minutes. Yeah, that's fine. I'm nearly done. Thank you. Yes. And the scenario projections are, let's say, problematic. Up to 5 degrees temperature rise is possible in the 21st century. So, and then, of course, this is not only on a big scale map. We can then look for different peri-urban types. And actually, when I was looking at these, these are nearer, further, higher density, lower density, I was fascinated to discover Surabaya, the greater region, from the air. I had never seen this kind of landscape before. Totally fascinating. So, with that in mind, well, then we get analytical. We have 20 questions. We have matrices like this. And we then use these to explore, in our interactive workspace, with the contribution of, in this one, 9 cities from around the room, from around the eastern zone, a combination of maps, charts, templates, thinking in progress, and so on. So this is the broad view of our workspace online, and then we're focusing on to Surabaya. Some people in the room have been doing this very actively, and I'll say Surabaya is one of the best cases that we have, and I'm very grateful for all of your inputs. And then, okay, so we zoom in and say, okay, can we describe what is going on in a rough concept space mapping? And these are some of the things which then come up. And then we say, what about the future? Can we look ahead using the global system of shared socio-economic pathways, so-called? And if we have climate breakdown on social change, or we have social breakdown on climate change, for example, what are the possibilities? And then we can start to look at the pathways and strategies, shorter, longer term, and this is then what opens the door to say, okay, that could be good. How would we do that in the next 20 or 40 years? So great examples coming up here. And then we say, okay, how do we turn these into practice? And, well, we have the pathway diagram from the previous section, and then we have the overview of all the pathways that we have from our online workspace, and then we start to say, okay, how does this one work or that one? In very practical terms, what do we do if we have a shopping mall, or a campus, or an airport zone? How do we make this more connected to the villages, to the local areas, more resilient to climate change, and so on? So then these are some of the practical planning rules which we would want to follow through into governance, planning, regulation, etc. And we can talk about housing, we can talk about the urban fringe and the green infrastructure, we can talk about the rural settlements and the rural ecosystems, and this is not only a theory, this is a real place, again, north of Manchester. And we can talk about local initiatives, not just from the air, but also to say, yeah, these are real people, real farmers, real school kids, real marketplaces and landowners. How do we get them to work together? And a very good example is this project, Incredible Edible, from near Manchester, and again, that's the real place. So, with all that in mind, what to do? I'm hoping it's not so big and so complex that it's impossible. So we can step back and say, okay, what are we trying to do here? Well, if we have a city which is like a machine, okay, we need some kind of machine control and management or information system. If we have a city which is like an evolutionary system, it's competitive, it's neoliberal, the winner gets the prize and takes the profit. Well, some parts of the city will grow very tall, skyscrapers, other parts of the city will stay as slums. This much we know from experience. So we can talk about a co-evolutionary kind of city. Things are more connected, things are human scale. If there are rich and poor, somehow we find a way to recycle the money from the rich to the poor, and it all goes round. And then we talk about not only cities, but economics in that same way, towards a circular economy. We can talk about ecology and the relationships that we have. We talk about technology. That's another presentation for another time, which I would love to share. And most important, we talk about governance and political systems. Is it all top-down, or can we find ways where everybody is engaged and involved in decision-making about their life and their livelihood? Well, these are grand things to talk about. How do we do this? Well, it's a process as much as a model. So here's a diagram of the process. We're doing something like this in the Perisine project and in many others around the world. And we say, okay, first we try to explore what is going on, what is the problem. Then we look into the future somehow with techniques for doing this. We include visual thinking, in my view, very important. And then at the centre we look for synergies, ideas, connectivities, etc. The theme of this conference, actually. And then we look for strategies and what to do. Maybe we go around again, or maybe we take it out to the world. And there are practical details, but there are also bigger questions. Why are we doing this? Are we just trying to solve the problem, or are we looking ahead to transformation of cities, rural areas, landscapes, the whole thing? So, well, there are some words of wisdom which I will just leave there for discussion. And really, at this point, I think I should draw to a close. So thank you very much. The new book has some clue on this kind of thing, and with a lot of cartoons and pictures, so it should be fun also. And yes, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Joe Roberts, for the brilliant presentation. I think, yeah, so let me have some words to summarize this, not too long. So, yeah, so, yeah, urban development is a complex process, while rural planning or development is equally complex. And then you have the spaces in between, which combines the complexity of both. So this is the interface of planning and governance, the peri-urban, the scope of rural-urban linkages, and so many things which we are now. So most of the presentation also have been related to the climate impact. So the fact that the world is becoming increasingly urbanizing, where coincidentally most of the growth are located in nations within which they have higher climate vulnerability. So this is the emphasis of policies directed to climate change for an urbanizing nation. So, and of course, Dr. Jervis also presented on his work in progress for the Paris-Scene project, which look at the nexus of environment and peri-urban development, which then seeking or mapping the urban, peri-urban and rural linkages has been one of the core theme of the work. So in reality of the urbanizing world, yes, we are heading through some kind of a disaster, because so one of the example I can note there's plenty of examples delivered, but one that fascinates me here was the automobile city, which the questions, are we connecting or disconnecting everybody? So well, the reality is, despite we are actually adding more roads, despite the fact that we are building more toll roads and so on, but the fact is we're not really actually connecting. They are in some senses, we are actually disconnecting in terms of socially, economically, and so on. And of course, there's a term called the peri-urban synergy, which, it's looking at the connection of the problems, and then to look at the forward pathways, which I will summarize in very short. So it encompasses the linear, evolutionary, and co-evolutionary pathways of policy development, if I can put it in that context. So yes, of course, more to come would, of course, if there are questions from the audience, I would like to open the session. You could either write your question on the chat box, or if you want to address your question directly to the speakers, you may do it by raising your hands. I'm not sure, does the raise hands feature make it available? Yes.
May I?
Yes, Isnu.
Thank you very much, Pak Dimas. First of all, thank you very much, Pak Pedi, and also Dr. Joe. Thank you very much. It's a really, really interesting speech. Here, I would like to address my question to both of you. Please, I would like to listen from you, from the side of Indonesia as well as from UK side. The basic question is, how could we start? Maybe it's really, really silly question, because how to bring the basic idea is how to bring the brilliant thought, the brilliant idea to the development step. So because it seems when we talk about developed country, the case might different. So in case to bring welfare through what the most appropriate strategy on how to develop, how about how to bring it to Indonesian case, how to bring it to UK case. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So do you prefer to answer it directly? Pak Suprapedi and Dr. Joe Roberts? I'll give the chance for Joe Roberts. So yeah, so the UK perspective first, before we go into the Indonesian perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So the question, yes, where to start? I was worried what I put up, it's very colourful, but maybe it's too much. So the question where to start is, actually, we have already started in countries all around the world. There are examples of initiatives, villages, towns, peri-urban things, agroecology, and new ways of managing land and forests, and so on and so on. We have already started. So, in a way, it's not to say, this is all very difficult, should we all go on a 5-year training course? It's more to say, let's just look around. If we have some idea what we're looking for, then maybe we can find what we're looking for already. Now, it's also the case we find very powerful negative forces, and we also find governments which cannot govern, we find businesses which, should not be working in society, they have no responsibility, and so on. So we can start both with the pathways or the solutions, but also to be more real and honest about the problems. Now, this is a process. It's not going to be fixed, by pressing a button or reading one book. It's a process, but I think I'm very positive now that we have some idea how to learn, how to discuss, how to use technical information to help this, and it's a very interesting time. I'll just say there's a question on the chat from Jan Akbar. What is the role of the Earth observation satellite? And I would say yes, it has a very big role, possibly, but also that we should not expect technology to answer all of human problems. If we are careful, we can use the Earth observation in a very productive way to ensure that the villages are providing for the livelihood, no one is left behind, as you rightly say. At the moment, technology is often used by big corporates or, for surveillance or activists and so on. So we have to be very careful how to use this very powerful technology. That is my point. Thanks.
Yes, Pak Suprapedi, the time is yours. So the point is, okay, dari semua ini bagaimana memulainya, Pak?
Baik, terima kasih Bu Isnu. Kalau dari sisi Indonesia, kalau kita melihat mulainya dari mana dan dari experience selama kita mengelola di Kementerian Desa, bahwa kita saat ini itu berbasis dari existing data yang sudah ada. Jadi dengan use of data itu kita kumpulkan, kemudian kita analisis, kemudian dari situ kita bikin modeling. Karena kalau kita ingin membuat suatu solusi untuk desa dalam case seperti ini, itu variannya banyak sekali, sehingga kita nanti bisa bikin cluster-cluster. Nah, semuanya sangat kompleks seperti yang disampaikan oleh Pak Wisnu tadi, bahwa kita dengan kompleksitas yang tinggi, non-linearita yang tinggi, kita gunakan satu model artificial intelligence, akhirnya bisa kita mengcluster bagaimana masing-masing strategi yang tepat. Ini kita lakukan selama 5 tahun terakhir ketika menggunakan suatu konsep indeks desa membangun, bagaimana memandirikan suatu desa dengan indikator-indikator yang ada, dengan data-data yang ada, dari 74.000 lebih desa, bagaimana kita menyusun strateginya dengan simulasi sebelumnya dengan artificial intelligence. Saya kira ini bisa kita create sehingga nanti dari model yang ada itu kita bisa buat teknologinya, solusi untuk satu wilayah bisa berbeda dengan wilayah yang lain. Karena disitulah yang goals ke-18 tadi, ada local wisdom yang satu sama lain bisa berbeda. Nah, oleh karena itu dengan strategi yang spesifik kita akan membuat satu kebijakan yang asimetris, sehingga kebijakan yang asimetris ini nanti yang berbasis dari teknologi artificial intelligence, dari data, itu yang akan kita buat. Oleh karena itu strategi pembangunan saat ini kita gunakan SDGs yang kita localize sesuai dengan kewenangan yang ada di desa, yang kita sebut SDGs desa. Nah, dari situlah kita sangat optimis dengan budgeting yang sangat terbatas, kita bisa atau itu the point kepada permasalahannya untuk yang diberikan solusi. Berdasarkan gap analysis, itu kita bisa mendahulukan gap mana yang paling perlu didahulukan, yaitu gap yang paling besar dan punya impact terhadap goals yang lain. Nah, ini kan kita gunakan nanti networking analysis between one indicator to indicator dari indikator yang lain. Saya kira kalau dari sisi Indonesia sampai saat ini masih kami menggunakan cara-cara smart, sedikit connecting to wire seperti yang disampaikan oleh Bapak Prof. Juri tadi. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Suprapedi. Because our time is quite limited, so I will open the next session. If there is 2 more questions from the audience, you are very welcome. Okay, Pak Suryono. Monggo Pak Suryono.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. I would like to connect the statement from Pak Supraedi with the statement from Professor Joe. From the paper of Pak Supraedi, we can learn that the rural Indonesia is more resilient. Yeah? Rural Indonesia is more resilient to urban in terms of how rural community and rural territory survive from the pandemic. So this is a lesson learned from the pandemic era, that rural is more in some instance more resilient to urban. And I would like to connect with the paper of Mr. Joe that somehow there should be a connectivity between rural and urban. And our current equations show us that the connectivity between rural and urban Indonesia is the trend is that the human resource, for example, human resources, the flow of human resource is from rural to urban areas, and also the flow of economy and other resources. And from the pandemic situation, we can learn that there should be somehow that the resources will flow, especially economic resources and also human resource from urban to rural, because as the presentation from the previous session from the vice governors of East Java, he told us that in the future maybe the trend of Indonesian development of cities that actually currently the trend is developing the cities bigger and bigger to the agglomeration of the cities bigger and bigger and bigger, and it is not the way when we think that the pandemic teaches us that it can be separated into more development of the intermediate cities and maybe rural. Yeah, so maybe somehow resources in the future Indonesia should be distributed from the private city, from the primacy of the cities, big cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, to the intermediate cities, and from the inner city to the rural areas. So is it possible to be conducted like that in Indonesian future? Thank you very much. So the question to both Professor Chu and to Pak Supra actually.
Yes. Yes. So yes, the time is yours for the.
You want to go first?
Pak Suprapedi, maybe you want to take the time, Pak Suprapedi, monggo kalau mau.
Baik, terima kasih dari Pak Suryono. Terima kasih Pak Suryono. Pertanyaannya sangat inspirasi buat kami karena saat ini berdasarkan lesson learned terkait dengan pandemi ini, kami mendapatkan hal-hal yang sangat menarik bahwa benar terkait dengan desa, dengan lesson learned yang ada dari data yang ada yang kami report sejak setahun terakhir ketika ada pandemi, yang mana kami mencatat hampir setiap desa dengan data yang ada kita minta mengisi. Dari situ nampak bahwa dari belajar penanganan pandemi yang ada di desa-desa itu ternyata ada suatu kearifan lokal daripada desa-desa yang bisa kita tangkap ketika desa-desa itu punya kultur, punya wisdom yang sama, maka bisa diprediksi bahwa pandemi ini bagaimana menjalannya, bagaimana dia akan bertambah itu bisa diprediksi, dan bagaimana kecepatannya itu bisa dianalisis ya berdasarkan data yang ada. Sebagai contoh, ketika desa itu punya culture Jogotongo misalnya yang seperti ada di Jawa Tengah, bisa nampak bahwa kolaborasi gotong royong ini juga bisa menekan satu sama lain di antara warga untuk bisa menjaga supaya pandemi ini bisa terjaga dengan baik. Namun sangat berbeda untuk wilayah-wilayah yang ada di Pantura yang kulturnya itu sangat complicated, sangat terpengaruh dengan budaya urban. Itu susah diprediksi penyebarannya bagaimana, apalagi untuk Jakarta. Nah, dari lesson learned pandemik seperti ini, makanya kami semakin yakin bagaimana membuat suatu strategi yang localized. Semakin kecil ruangnya, dalam arti di sini semakin spesifik, local wisdom kita gunakan, maka itu semakin efektif dalam rangka untuk membuat strategi dalam penanganan, misalnya dalam hal ini adalah untuk penanganan pandemi. Itu mirip juga bisa kita gunakan untuk strategi pembangunan suatu kawasan, ya, yang kita mengadopsi local wisdom yang ada. Nah, dari situ, dari vision learn terkait dengan pandemi ini, Dan dari data yang ada, saya kira kita bisa menyusun satu strategi yang lebih efektif dibandingkan dengan yang generik seperti itu. Saya kira itu dari kami untuk Pak Suryono, mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab pertanyaannya. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Pak Edi.
Yes, Joe.
Oh, sure. We're also looking at this same question, and the experience in UK and Europe is the pandemic is forcing a movement of people out from the cities into the peri-urban and into the rural areas. And we do not know at this moment if this is temporary or if it will continue, if the pandemic will be contained with vaccines or maybe not. So many things are very uncertain, but we did start to look at these questions actually, so I can just, if you like, I can show you a very quick picture which I think speaks to your question. And we started to analyse, okay, if cities have to go into zones of safety and value, how does this work? This is not to say this is a good thing, but this is what is going on right now. And we can talk about where people live and also where people work or do things. And myself, I'm in a university, and we have huge problems, with the university. We do not know if the university model can continue. So then we say, okay, what could we do to help the situation? And well, we could ask everybody to travel in a suit on the bus or on the metro or something. We could issue, and there are many different ways to do this. Now, these cartoons were from a year ago, actually, so things are moving on quite fast. Actually, today is the so-called Day of Freedom in the UK. Everything is supposed to be fine now, but it's not, So then we say, are we talking about a change of the urban system from urban places to urban spaces? And here we have dysurbanism or social networks and so on and so on. And the university, for example, will be a Zoom-university, etc. So at this moment, we do not know what kind of city we are trying to build. And this is, a big problem. And, well, maybe in, half a year, maybe 1 year, we will know more. But at the moment, we can start to analyse the winners and the losers. The winners are actually the big construction firms and the people who live in nice places, in suburbs, trees and so on. They can work from home and everything is fine. The people who are losing are ordinary people doing jobs, driving taxis, working in shops, factories, etc. So this is the beginning of a long story and another presentation, but I will leave it there, which is to say, if we're talking in this conference about planning for uncertainty, well, we have uncertainty big time. And my only answer really is to say, okay, maybe if planning for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years is not possible, let's look at what we can do now, today and tomorrow, and this week or this month. Let's look to the neighbourhoods, the local areas. How do we get people working together more than they did before? And so on. So this is our short agenda now. I hope that responds to your question. I cannot answer the whole question, but this is our work in progress. So thanks.
Thank you. I've been reminded by the committee that we have reached the end of this keynote session. Another session is to come. So yes, again, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Joravets, to Dr. Suprapedi, to all the committee, to all the audience for making this happen. And I'm not sure, so we should have a breakout room for Joravets and Pak Suprapedi after this. And for the next session, I return this to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thank you, Mr. Dimas, and the speakers for the interesting discussion regarding the village development policy and rural-urban connectivity in a global age, looking for synergies in the new peri-urban spaces of opportunity.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dimas dan pembicara atas diskusi yang sangat menarik terkait kebijakan pembangunan desa dan konektivitas rural-urban di era globalisasi.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just immediately get to the next agenda as we will bring you up two more amazing keynote speakers.
Selamat kembali para hadirin terhormat, kami harap Anda sudah bisa melanjutkan ke sesi selanjutnya, yaitu keynote speech yang akan dibawakan oleh dua pembicara. We now move on to the next keynote speech, which will be led by Mr. Johannes Parlindungan as the moderator. Mr. Johannes Parlindungan graduated from Queensland University of Technology, Australia in 2019 with a PhD in architecture. Mr. Johannes now is a lecturer at the Department of Regional and Urban Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya since 2011 till now. Mr. Johannes' most recent achievement was an awardee of PhD scholarship from LPDP, Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education on 2015 till 2018. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Johannes Parlindungan. To Mr. Johannes, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your active participation until this present time. You still keep being here and make this event more precious. My name is Johannes Parlindungan and I am your host in this keynote session. Now we are in the fourth keynote session. It is the last but not the least because we have excellent academics from Kyoto University, Japan and Universitas Brawijaya. From Kyoto University, we have Professor Kenichiro Onitsuka, the Associate Professor of Sustainable World Development Laboratory, Kyoto University. And from Universitas Brawijaya, we have Dr. Cristia Mediana, the Associate Professor of Environmental Technology, Infrastructure and Information System Laboratory, Universitas Brawijaya. Let us begin the first presentation. Firstly, let me welcome Professor Kenichiro Onitsuka. Professor Onitsuka, welcome to the seminar and also welcome to our department. We are really happy to have you in this event and I hope you will enjoy this session. Now I would like to read Onitsuka Sensei's CV.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear it clearly.
So now I can start the presentation. Now. So nice to meet you all. My name is Kenichiro Onitsuka. I'm from the Graduate School of Global Environmental Studies of Kyoto University. My major is rural development or rural planning. Yes, and as my past experience was kind of software engineer. Actually, I worked for private companies for maybe up to 10 years as a software developer or software engineer. So my research focus has been always on the kind of technology, in other words, ICT for rural development or rural planning, especially in the field of Japan. Okay. So firstly, I'm so sorry for my rough closing because I was just back from the kind of practical class outside, and today was the hottest day with the maybe temperature is maybe more than 36 or 7 degree. So maybe I have to change my clothes. So sorry for my very informal closing here. Okay. So let me share the slide. PowerPoint slide by myself. Yes. Can you see the material?
Yes, Sensei.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So now today's presentation title is like this, and the communication technology for the future rural planning. Okay. So I'd like to start with the very fundamental or basic information of the fundamental challenges facing rural areas, especially in Japan. Okay. So maybe we always recognize that there are three biggest challenges facing rural areas in Japan, which are as shown here. So maybe the first two, the depopulation and aging, are very kind of popular maybe in the world because Japan, at national level, Japan faces the very serious declining aging population issue. And also maybe another one here is so-called urbanization. Yeah, urbanization takes place in the surrounding area of the city areas, but also this urbanization also means that maybe it's like a kind of diversification in rural areas or rural residents here. What it means is that maybe previously in Japan, maybe most of the rural residents deal with did some agricultural works, but now the situation is changed so drastically, and then now most of the rural residents do not do with the agricultural works anymore, but rather most of the people are already retired, or some other people other people commonly commute to some nearby cities, and yes, so maybe the number of farmers has been very decreasing so rapidly, and so that means there are a variety of types of people living in rural areas. Then that is also another issue leading to some weakening community functions, as I introduced later. Okay, so we always need to consider how we can cope with these three biggest challenges. This is a very fundamental issues, and this is just a data I want to show you. But simply you can see that, for example, the blue bar charts. This shows the population transition of population in DID, or densely inhabited district. More easily saying, maybe it's just urban areas. Then the red bars shows some other areas outside the urban areas. So this commonly corresponds to the rural areas. So as you can easily see that in rural areas, population has been declining so rapidly, even since more than 15 years ago. But when it comes to the city or urban areas, urban areas always have absorbed the population or human resources from rural areas. But the situation has already stopped at maybe in 2000. Yes. So now at national level, we can easily see that at the national level, depopulation going on in Japan. And this is another kind of shocking data to me or to some Japanese people. But this is a reality. So as of the 2015, this is so-called a population pyramid, or the structure of population. Then maybe we can easily see that most of the population are aged. Even as of 2015, actually I think that this is a completely different situation from Indonesia, because I sometimes had a survey in Indonesian rural areas, and then I saw a lot of children in rural areas. So it is so surprising, but the situation is completely different. But maybe later, especially for example, the 30 years later, the population pyramid looks like this. This is more serious data to us, because now at the 2050, actually the children or younger people, the number of younger people are very few compared to the elderly people. So it is actually not so sustainable at national level. This is a very national level issue. Yeah, but when it comes to the rural areas, we always need to consider this situation in the future. Yes. Okay, so these are the basic information. And lastly, maybe I want to show one kind of a very popular terms. This is actually not a popular word in the world, popular terms in the world, but we Japanese engineers, the scholars of rural development or rural planning often use these terms, which is directly translated like community functions. That is definitely the functions of the rural residents for the regional sustainability. And there's some professor, a Japanese professor, categorized the community function into, for example, the 6 types, as this table shows here. So, yeah, maybe community are expected to have these important roles for the regional sustainability. Yes, but yeah, as we saw in the last data, the community itself has been weakening due to the aging and the population, as well as some diversification of the population. And what happens if the community functions get deteriorated? So maybe the rural areas, the sustainability of rural area is not just a matter, just an issue for rural area itself, but rather rural area is known as a place for food provision, for example, or some rural areas have some other multifunctional roles, or in other words, maybe the ecosystem services. Yeah, that might be a more popular word in the world. Rural area has some roles, important roles, even for the citizens in urban areas. Yes. And this is just a picture of the multifunctional roles of rural areas. Sorry, this is completely in Japanese, but you can just imagine there are a variety of multifunctional roles of rural areas, and that are very beneficial. Those are very beneficial even for our urban residents. Yes. Okay, so based on those very fundamental issues, then when we consider the rural planning in the future, then we always need to take into consideration some most certain and uncertain changes which can happen in the future. Yeah. Then what I can imagine as certain changes for rural area are shown here. Yeah. Then very firstly, this is very easily imagined. The population structure in rural area will be changed in the future. Yeah. As we saw from the data I showed. And also, another possible change is ICT. Yes, and then this is the reason why I focus on the ICT when I consider my research topics. Yes, because ICT has been changing so drastically, and it has been getting so powerful, and it has a lot of potential. It may bring about a lot of potential to rural areas. So we can expect those advanced roles of ICT. But sometimes I also think that ICT may trigger some side effects. Yes, so that is also my research focus point. And also maybe there are some other uncertainty in rural areas, but this is definitely uncertainty. So we cannot directly predict those uncertainty when it happens. For example, some economic situation or economic crisis or natural disasters or citizens' preference change or anything like that. We are not always sure. We are not certain. It is not certain when these uncertain changes happen. But we may need to take those into consideration. Okay, so now I would like to move to my own research perspectives. And actually in my research perspectives, I have set two very broad perspectives. In other words, my research topics are always related to either of those two broad perspectives. And both are considering the ICT, power of ICT, or potential of ICT. Okay, so from here, I start with the first approach, using ICT. And this is focusing on the kind of ICT as a tool to complement the human resource shortage with people. So simply speaking, we can consider the ICT as a tool to combine the people. Or in other words, we consider the ICT as a tool to facilitate the networking among a variety of stakeholders. Okay, so from now, I'd like to focus on this first approach. But in the beginning of this approach, maybe I think I should briefly look at the typical kind of rural planning approaches, not only in Japan but in the world. Because these approaches, I took those concepts from some international rural studies. So I briefly look at these typical approaches. The first, I start with the exogenous approach, or in other words, a top-down approach is more familiar to most of you. Top-down approach. Maybe when it comes to rural planning, maybe rural planning basically, maybe most of cases start with this top-down approach. In top-down approach, it means that governments make a plan, and then rural communities simply follow that plans from local governments. But sometimes this very pure top-down approach is not so appropriate. So in Japan, for example, as it shows, the citizen participation is always important, even for the top-down approach. So we always consider that citizens should participate in the process of rural planning. But we also see after some top-down approaches, we have some different idea, like bottom-up approach. This is completely the different idea. The bottom-up approach simply means like this, as this figure shows. Simply means the very pure bottom-up approach or endogenous approach means that rural community must do whatever they need to do by themselves. So it's so-called a self-help approach. But in the country like Japan, where the population has been declining and population has been aging, maybe this type of pure endogenous approach is never possible. So maybe more ideal or possible approach is so-called a neo-endogenous approach. And this is maybe a more ideal or practical approach, not only in Japan but also in the world. This is a variation of the bottom-up approach. But what is different is that maybe rural communities itself, of course, communities have some initiative in the rural planning or development, but of course they do not always have some enough resources inside. So they try to seek for some support from outside stakeholders, because there are a lot of variety of outside stakeholders. So this is so-called a collaborative approach. So they try to seek for the collaborative rural planning system, and actually this must be very necessary for the rural areas like Japan, where rural areas like Japan suffering from the depopulation in aging. They do not have enough human resources inside. And finally, this is more modern or ideal approach. This is just ideal, but this is very similar to the last neo-endogenous approach. But what is different is that the arrows, because now we can see that there are both way arrows, right? And the this means that rural communities do not take all by themselves at all, but rather they can collaborate with some outside stakeholders at the same level. So everybody or anyone can take an initiative, when necessary. So this is so-called innovation approach, or in other words, sometimes we call it like social innovation. So exchanging some knowledge or information experience among a variety of stakeholders, we can get some innovative ideas that are never possible or that are never available just in the rural communities. That is very ideal way, but we think that this innovation approach will be necessary in the future, rural planning, for example, in Japan. So from here, focusing on the first approach, maybe I'd like to show you some research results of my past researches, the results of my past researches. And this is actually very interesting to me. This was interesting to me. Yeah, it was based on the survey that I conducted about 7-8 years ago. This figure simply shows that if the age grows, this survey is targeting the rural residents in certain rural areas. Okay. So this shows that if age grows, for example, elderly people, there are a lot of elderly people in rural areas in Japan, and then they tend to have a less internet usage when it comes to internet use, and they simply saying they do not use the internet. Yes. So frequently. Yeah. And at the same time, when it comes to the sense of community or community attachment, maybe those elderly people have a very high sense of community. But when we look at the younger people, for example, the younger people, very intensively use the internet on the daily basis. But when it comes to sense of community, they have a very low sense of community. So based on this result, maybe it seems very difficult to realize the internet, using the internet as a tool to facilitate the rural areas or revitalize the rural communities itself. Because most of the majority of the people do not use the internet, and some very few people use the internet, but they do not care the rural area itself. So they may tend to go out of the rural areas, maybe for education or job later. And this is the situation facing Japan. And also this is from another research of mine. And then this is also very interesting. In this study, we focused on the communication networks of rural leaders and key people. Especially the communication networks, not only inside the rural areas, one rural village, typical specific rural village, but rather communication networks beyond the border of the rural village, and what those communication networks look like. And this is what this shows. And then we can easily see that actually there are many or abundant ties or communication done between the rural leaders and key people. Yes, and this is actually very surprising, but those rural leaders and key people are sometimes very active and aggressive, so they may establish some networks, communication networks by themselves on the daily basis. But interestingly, one very interesting point is here. This is a communication. This result shows that communication done face-to-face. So they have abundant communication between them, but those communications are done in person or face-to-face. Yes. Then when we see the communication networks done on social media, for example, then this is the result. Actually, compared to this result, there are very few networks done online. So this simply shows that as the most of the rural leaders and key people in Japan are elderly people, actually. So elderly people are aggressive for the rural issues, so they may have establish abundant social networks, but they do not use internet at all. But rather they always communicate offline. Yes. So we always need to consider how to change this situation when we try to apply the internet or ICT for community net vitalization or rural, better rural areas. And this is the last data. In this study, I focused on I focused on all the rural communities, the rural villages in Japan, all through Japan. And then what I did was that how many rural villages adopted the social media by themselves. Yes, and this is the result. And actually, it was very shocking to me, because the total number of rural communities in Japan is actually about 140,000. And this is officially, registered the rural villages. And then among them, about more than half of maybe about half of those areas are categorized as disadvantaged rural communities. Yes. So even among the disadvantaged rural communities, we found, this is the result. Actually, we found only 117 social media sites which were run by those disadvantaged rural communities. Yes. So it simply means that this is very rare. It is very rare that the rural areas, especially the disadvantaged rural areas, adopt the social media as a tool for some better rural areas. Okay, and then my final interest was in that. So this is actually very imaginable or expectable result. But I wondered why or how those few rural areas could adopt those social media. Social media was a very kind of advanced tool, communication tool at that time. And then how it was adopted. Then this is a very interesting result, because this is simply show the founders of the social media sites, the characteristic of the founders of the social media. Then I had some surveys targeting those founders of the social media. Then I found this because I found that most of the founders had a very kind of creative skills by themselves, like designing or photography. And those creative skills are never available actually in rural areas in Japan. So who are they? The next question. Then I try to search for the reason. Then simply speaking, I found that most of those founders of the social media site were outsiders actually. Outsiders means they are not residents, but rather they were outsiders. So they, maybe for some reasons, those outsiders come to the rural areas and introduce the social media site as a very powerful tool for the rural planning or social networking. Then it happens. This is the reason why those disadvantaged, a few of the disadvantaged rural areas adopted the social media and also got some very powerful results, outcomes based on the rural, the social media. Yes. This is just a number of the funds on the social media site, and some very limited social media sites have tons of, actually a very huge amount of the funds. And also they had a lot of benefits from the social media, the communication network on the social media. Okay, they are some of my research results, and this is just, this is just an introduction of my current research topics. I actually am considering if those new kind of media, like for example, this is so-called 3D models. And actually it was very difficult to create those 3D models by ourselves. But now we can use the very cheap drones to create those 3D models. And I consider these are very powerful tools for vitalizing the communication online or between some stakeholders in remote places. Yes. So in other words, even some other, for example, professionals can directly participate in the local planning process using those powerful visualization tools Yeah, that is one research point. And also another similar technology is like this. This is so-called a virtual reality technology. And then also some outsiders can easily participate in the local area. They can see, for example, local landscape, and they can also feel the problems in local areas, even from the remote areas. Yes. So that is another my focusing points. Okay. So yes. Okay. Now this is the end of the first approach, and then briefly, I would like to mention something about the second approach. That is actually more direct approach using internet or ICT, to complement human resource shortage in the rural areas in Japan. Yeah, but in the first approach, we focus on the networking. But in the second approach, we focus on technology.
You have 5 minutes left. Thank you. 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Maybe I can finish it. I can finish it. Okay. So let me just briefly introduce the concept of Japanese government. Yes, this is known as a Society 5.0, and this is actually the next society. After the current society. The current society is known as an information society, but Society 5.0 use a more advanced information technology. Yes, and this is getting very popular in Japan generally. And the urban area is now in the process, on the way to the Society 5.0, but now rural area still remains in somewhere in Society 3.0. So how rural area can jump directly into the 5.0 is the next very big issue. Yes. And society, this is a vision, just a vision of the Society 5.0, but I like to skip this. Just show some translation of the Japanese government's website. Yes. But you can easily imagine that, this is fully supported by advanced technology, and then maybe some technology related to rural areas is smart agriculture or smart farming. Okay, so maybe I should skip this part. Okay, then when these, I just simply mentioned this. But when, so commonly in Japan, smart farming has a very high expectation. So Japanese government try to facilitate the smart farming technology so drastically. But I also think that smart farming can be very beneficial for rural areas. But at the same time, it may be triggering some side effects like this. For example, if the smart farming can be introduced fully into the rural areas, maybe human beings will not necessarily need to live in rural areas. So maybe rural areas, the picture of the future rural area will be very different. And also maybe rural life will be very comfortable. So maybe people living in rural areas in the future do not need to care for agriculture at all. Agriculture is always done by someone else. They just live in rural area. So there are a lot of pathways to the, or a lot of possibilities, new possibilities, based on the new technology. So these are just some examples. Rural area can be farmlands or rural village or residential area or something like that. Or sometimes rural village can go back to the nature itself. It is also happening. Okay. So finally, this is just the introduction of the current our project, research project. So just I would like to show this, the summary of this project. So now we are doing with the project so-called Spirit project, and this is a pilot project aiming to analyze the positive and negative impacts of smart agriculture, as I introduced, on rural community, actually. Because most of the studies in Japan or in the world regarding the smart agriculture is is focusing on the impact impact on the agriculture itself, or economic impact or economic benefits brought by smart agriculture. But as I talked before, maybe I also think that smart agriculture may at least change the picture of the rural areas in the future. So we try to assess the positive and negative impact of the smart agriculture using the kind of the systems analysis or approach or systems modeling approach. So now we are just on the way, in the way of doing with this project, and then we have some members even from your university of Brawijaya, and also we have one member from your university, and actually who is actually the doctoral student of my laboratory. Yeah, and also we also try to invite some other professionals, professionals of the smart agriculture in Indonesia. So now we are planning to have some workshops to do some systems modeling. Yeah, system modeling and regarding the impact of smart farming on the future rural areas. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Terima kasih. So this is the end of my presentation. Sorry for taking long time.
Thank you very much, Suta Sensei, for your very great presentations. Now we continue to the next presentation with Dr. Cristia Mediana, but I will read her CV. Dr. Cristia Mediana, she has graduated from Gajah Mada University, from architecture program, and then she continued to gain her master from Kohl, Germany, in the field of renewable energy, and finally she has gained doctor in environmental technology from TU Graz, Austria. She has a lot of experience, particularly as lecturer at the Department of Regional and Urban Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Brawijaya, since 2000 until present, and also currently she is the head of master program at Faculty of Engineering, Brawijaya University, and also a researcher at consortium of Erasmus Plus project. She also has other affiliations such as the member of Asia Pacific Chemical, Biological and Environmental Engineering Society, and also the member of Global Research and Development Services. Dr. Cristia Mediana, it is the time for you to deliver a presentation. You have 30 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Joe. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to meet you all, and thank you that you are still here to join with this session. Before I start the presentation, let me share first the screen. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yes, Budiana.
Okay, let me start first. Yeah. So this time I want to deliver about the topic of global e-waste. So actually, the e-waste is the simple definition of the WEEE. It is in European terms, electronic waste of electronic and electrical equipment. But here we can call it just e-waste because it is simple. And this is a question about whether the global e-waste is an export of environmental problem to developing countries, because until now there is a discussion about the bad and also the good sides of the global e-waste. So first I would like to talk about the facts of the e-waste globally. The first is there are increasing amount of e-waste. The data show that there is a 21% increase globally for the electronic waste within 5 years. The recycling rate is not cope with the growth. So there is a global and also transnational problem with severe toxic impact on human health and also environment. And the second is that the e-waste contain toxic components, for example, mercury, lithium, also barium and lithium. And the third is that there is lack, especially in developing countries, lack of environmentally sound recycling structure. The next is the lack of implementation for the countries which has available e-waste policies and regulation, but also they have no such empowerment to implement the regulation. And then the last is that e-waste contain large amount of valuable things. I will show you later how the good side of the e-waste confronted the people to keep to recycle the e-waste, although sometimes they do not do that in a well or properly manner. So this is the data so in 2012 about the distribution of the electronic and electrical equipment in market globally. You can see here that Asia dominated the electronic equipment consumption, and then followed by European actually. But if we see the data here, it is actually the accumulation of North and South America. So it is assumed that the electronic equipment consumption in North America is lower than the one in European countries. And then yeah, the lowest is in Oceanian. Yeah. Let me change first. In Oceania, only about not more than 1 million ton per year. And then this is the data, so that electronic equipment consumption within 2007 until 2012, it shows that the rate of the consumption in Asia is growing faster than the global consumption, 29% over 10% of respectively. And then we can go now to the definition of e-waste, because the consumption of the EEE, electronic and electrical equipment, leads also to the e-waste, because after the consumer use, then if the equipment broken and they want to change the new fashion electronic equipment, then they tend to throw away the equipment. So there are many different definitions of e-waste. If you refer to the Call Recovery from Canada, or from IFRA in UK, or EPA from USA, they have their own definition of e-waste, but I take the simplest one, this from Step Initiative. So e-waste is all types of electrical and electronic equipment, EEE, and it's part that have been discarded by the owner as waste without the intention of reuse. So I take one examples. There is a study from Sunichi Honda. The typical e-waste in Japanese home. Maybe we can ask later Professor Onisuka it is right or not, because it is based on the result. So of course this example can be differs from one community to another community, and also one country to another country, and maybe later you can check also at your home whether this kind of e-waste represent also your condition or not. Yeah, but what we talk about later about the e-waste is not all these things, but I think this kind of e-waste, but only the e-waste that goes out from the house and then collected, bring to the other places, for example, is waste bin or transfer station or recycling center and so on. So that's the data that we will show will be shown later in the next slide. So there are different categories for e-waste depending on the legislation of each country. I take one example from the EU, which is stated in WEEE Directive 2012. There are 10 e-waste categories, but 6 of it are aimed to be treated and goes to be recycled. And there are temperature exchange equipment, for example, fridge, freezer, air conditioner, and then the second lamps, all types of light fluorescent lamps, and so on. And then the screen from television, monitors, laptop, and etc. The small equipment, which is the equipment the electrical equipment, which is mainly found in our daily activities, and also accounting to the highest percentage of the e-waste. And then large equipment, for example, washing machine, clothes dryer, and so on. And then the last is small IP and telecommunication equipment, for example, mobile phone, GPS devices, and telephones. The global e-waste generation, based on the study from United Nations of University and also by the EVOL, in 2014 is dominated by the Asian countries. It makes sense because it is accumulation from the total population in Asia, which is the highest compared to other continents. But if we go to the e-waste generation per capita, so the first rank is actually the European countries. This not South Asia. Once again, I said that it should be separated between North and South Asia, because the one is belong to the developed countries, the North America, and the South Asia typically they belong to the third world or developing countries. So here in 2014, the European countries still dominated the e-waste generation per capita, and total amount of the e-waste generation Asia in the first rank. And then in the total global e-waste generation is about 44.4 million ton. And then in 2019, the shorten is similar, the same. There is an increase, but here we can see also the rate of recycling of the e-waste, and European countries take the first rank for the e-waste recycling, and then followed by the Asian countries, and then Africa is the lowest continent for e-waste recycling, and the total amount of global e-waste in 2019 is 53.6 million ton. So, if we take a look about the e-waste generation per capita, like I showed you before, that the European countries dominated the generation, and most of it are Scandinavian countries, and the Norway ranks the first position, which is 26 kilogram per capita per year. This is the data from United Nations University in 2019. And then these are the list of the countries belong to the top 20 e-waste generating countries in 2014, and we can see here that 7 Asian countries belong to this list, including China, Japan, India, Republic of Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, and Thailand. And the rate of the e-waste generation in Asia, especially in East and Southeast Asia, is increasing from time to time. Here the data show from 2009 until 2016, and there are 5 countries ranks the big 5 e-waste generator in Asia. The first is China, and then followed by Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, and Vietnam. But the trend is predicted to be continued. So the e-waste generation will increase continually globally and also in this area. And why the amount of the e-waste is increasing? There are determinants, there are factors influence this growth. For the increasing e-waste population, there are factors. The first is higher levels of disposable income. Disposable income is a personal income reduced by the tax. And then the second is urbanization, and the third is industrialization. It makes sense because if we talk about industrialization, they can produce the EEE, in mass production, and then they can sell quickly also to the consumer. And also for urbanization, there is things of life standard, lifestyle, push the people to use more electronic and electrical equipment. And then there are also factors which influence the e-waste growth. These are higher consumption rates of EE, and then short life cycles and few repair options. Yeah, maybe we can compare the situation, in Indonesia, this situation now and maybe 10 years ago. Now we tend to buy a new mobile phone, for example, if it's broken, rather than bring it to the repair shops, because it is more efficient, and we can buy also the equipment cheaper, and also the short life of cycles. So the chain of the production in this equipment is shorter than before. And these are the data shows the development of the global flow from 2014. So actually the data until 2019, but the research made a projection until 2030 with the growth of 9.2 million tons since 2014. It is predicted that in 2030 the total amount of e-waste generation will be 74.7 million ton, and e-waste generation per capita will be 9 kilogram per person. And 70% of this generation has been collected and also recycled properly in 2014, and also in 2019 there is an increase of the recycle rate, but in a small percentage, only 0.4%. Unfortunately, the rest, about 80%, cannot be documented, and it is suspected that with this percentage, 7 until 20% is exported as a second-hand or e-waste, and then the 8% ends up in waste bin, but it is actually for European countries. So we don't know exactly where is the rest goes, but there is indication that this e-waste exported illegally to other part of the world, especially to the developing country. Although most of the countries in the world has ratified the Basel Convention, which ban the trade of the hazardous waste. So there is actually the reality that occurs until now, but we cannot exactly know about the amount of the illegal e-waste export. And then this is also another data from another source. Actually, it's quite similar. We can see here that only 80%, 20% of the e-waste flows globally has been documented, collected, and recycled. Rest, we can see that 76% of it not documented, but unknown and suspected to be either done, traded, recycled under lack of condition, under inferior condition, so not in a proper management or treatment. And 4% of it has been thrown into the household waste. And another, this data actually is a tragedy for us, but I want to show you also another side that maybe it can make that our condition now probably about the e-waste better, because we can see here that in 2014 about the e-waste legislation, only 44% of the population are covered by this legislation, and the percentage increased significantly in 2019, which is 71%, and it makes sense because two big countries with the big population, China and India, has enacted the e-waste legislation. So that's why the percentage of the population globally, which is covered by the legislation, increased significantly. And then this happens also for the country, which is only 61 countries covered by legislation in 2014, and the number increases in 2019 to 78. Yeah, we can see here the existing condition of the e-waste legislation globally. We can see here that most of the developing countries in Asia, in Africa and South America has no legislation. Yeah, it differs from the developed countries in USA and European, as well as in Australia. And then, yeah, the lack of the legislation, the enforcement of the law, legislation, the e-waste law or legislation, and also the absence of the e-waste legislation is one of the factors that make illegal export exist until now. Actually, if we talk about the reason for illegal e-waste trade, here is transnational plenary movement for e-waste. There are push factor and pull factor, and we can see here for each categories. Usually, push factor belongs to the countries of export. We can see here developed countries, European countries, for example, and then pull factor, which belong to the countries of import. So this condition make that the amount of the e-waste transport to other countries, especially developing countries, increasing from time to time. Yeah. And yeah, about China, China is the biggest destination for the e-waste, because they have a capacity to treat the e-waste until 2017, because in 2017 they enact the law that ban the import of the e-waste to China. So with this new e-waste legislation in China, the routes of the e-waste transportation of export things, yeah, we can see later in the next slide. And actually, the illegal e-waste trade can make severe effects, especially for the environment and also human health, because it contains the harmful compounds. Yeah, I can show you here the examples, and if you see the equipment, the application, actually it is not so difficult to find them in our daily activities. Yeah, and usually we tend to throw away the equipment because maybe we think that it is old-fashioned, or maybe you want to get the newest, yeah, from the others, for example. And if it is not work well, you tend to buy a new one. So this also influence the growth of the e-waste, not only in the developing countries but also in developed countries. And this compound contained in the e-waste, they are actually very toxic. For example, UBTV, and then cadmium, barium, and then there is also BFR in plastic. It is belong to the plastic bromide flame retardant. Yeah, usually it's used in electrical equipment to resist the fire, for durability, and then there is also nickel, cadmium, and so on, and mercury also. And if we see these compounds, actually it's harmful to the human health, as we can see here that the toxic component in e-waste can give a severe effect to the human because of the birth defects, brain damage, and then also kidney damage and skeletal system damage. So that's the consequences of the e-waste if it is not managed properly. And this is the root of the e-waste dumping, known and suspected because as we saw in the previous slide, 80% of this e-waste cannot be documented. So there is a suspected destination. If we see here, Indonesia belong to the suspected destination. Yeah? The highest source, or the known source, is from United States, European Union, and also from South Korea and Australia, as well as Japan. And this is also another data by Martinovic. It shows that also that most of the e-waste from North America goes to China and Africa, while the e-waste from Western European goes to, some of it goes to Eastern Europe, yeah, and also to Africa. And this country, which are the destination for the e-waste trade, become a major dumping site for e-waste in the world. Here is dominated by the African countries, and there is also from Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, China, Mexico, Haiti, and Sweden. But for Sweden, for the case of Sweden, they use that for to get the valuable material, the lead, the copper, the nickel, yeah, and then the other things that cannot be valuable goes to the incinerator to produce the electricity. So they do the e-waste treatment in a quite strictly standard to avoid the environmental pollution and human health risk. And study, yes.
I'm sorry, you have only 5 minutes to go.
Okay, I will make it fast. So this is the result of the recent study, so that some of the places that have e-waste recycle center has contaminated with the dioxin. So this PBDD and PCDD belongs to the very toxic dioxin, which can cause cancer. So the value is over the clinical value. Actually, the limit value is 4,000 picogram per kilogram per gram dry waste. And then this is the average. That's what the bad side of the e-waste. But here we can see also the good side, that the e-waste contain valuable things. We can extract the metal, also the rubber, and it is estimated that in 2014 the total value up to 39,780 million euros, and in 2020 it will be 51,000 million. So this is actually this potential for from the e-waste. And however, we still need, especially for the developing countries, we still need a solution for a better management to avoid the environmental risks and also human health risks. Yeah? These are the example of the solution that can be proposed to the country with inferior e-waste management. And this is also the alternative for the e-waste management. Of course, this depends on the situations of the countries. For example, there is also in European countries e-waste collected outside the formal system, so not by the government, but they can also the consumer can also call the private company to collect the e-waste. So I come to the conclusion. So in 2019, about 53 million tons of e-waste was produced, and most of it comes from everyday items. And then only 70% of it was recycled sustainably. The value of the raw materials in 2014 for the e-waste stream amounts to 39,000 million euros, and it is predicted to be about 51,000 in 2001. And about 71% of the world population is covered by a national e-waste policy, regulation, or regulation. But the amount of e-waste is rising at alarming rate, which can cause environmental and health risks. And it is estimated that the annual amount of e-waste will exceed over 74 million tons in 2030. It can be alarming for us because the e-waste is harmful to the human health and also the environment, so it should be managed properly, because if it is not managed properly, it can harm the adults and children. And then the last is appropriate e-waste management should be implemented to avoid those harmful risks for environmental and also for human health. So that's all my presentation. I hope that it can burden your mind about the e-waste. Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Jo. I give you back the floor to you.
Yeah, thank you, Diana, for the presentations. And now we go to the discussion session. I'm opening questions from the participants. So you may raise your hands or write a question in the chat box. Okay, while waiting for some questions from the participant, I will use this moment to ask question for the keynote speakers. First, I have a question for Professor Onitsuka. What is the root of problem that causes the aging population in Japan, and how is the concept of smart farming and smart village in Japan can be used to overcome problems relating to the aging populations? And also I have a second question for Dr. Christia Mediana. We know that particularly in Indonesia, we are in a progress implementing the smart city management and its variant, such as e-government, etc. It means that there is an increased need of electronic devices and technology. Then, in this context, what should we consider relating to the issue of e-waste? That's all my questions. Maybe I give time for Professor Onitsuka to answer the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the very interesting questions. Yeah, and very basic fundamental question. I think. Yeah, as I introduced in my presentations, right, and maybe firstly, we at Japanese rural areas have been suffering from the aging and declining population, and that means, we are always concerned about, we or maybe Japanese government are always concerned about the agricultural sustainability, because agriculture is definitely a very important sector for food provision, but if the rural areas will get deteriorated so much in the future, so maybe it may lead to a very big problem of the food shortage. So that's why the Japanese national governments try to maintain or sustain the agriculture by using the power of smart farming technology. And that is a very simple answer from me.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And I give time to Dr. Diana to answer the questions.
Of course, we cannot avoid the increase of consumption, Pak Jo. So I think the best solution for this trend using the EEE because of the demand of the smart government and etc. is ban the import of the hazardous waste. By enactment of the e-waste, specific e-waste legislation, because until now we don't have any specific legislation on the e-waste. If we see the regulation, there is also paper number 101, and also from the from the Ministerial of Trade, there is also which control the import of the hazardous waste, but there is no specific legislation on e-waste. So I think the first thing that has to be done by the government to cope with the increasing illegal import of e-waste to Indonesia is to spend the illegal import by good control, by implementing by enactment of the legislation, and then enforce the legislation or the law. That's my answer, Pak Jo.
Okay, thank you, Bu Diana. We have a question from a participant, Mr. Yan Akbar. I give time to Mr. Yan Akbar to say directly to Bu Diana about the questions. Perhaps I need a help from community to unmute Mr. Yan Akbar. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he has written the question here in the chat.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, actually, some recent research try to find the way how to reduce the amount of the e-waste, but they haven't come to the exact result. Now they are starting to do the measurement of the cost of this waste, because if we talk about the bad and the good side, it is quite difficult for this waste. We know the bad side, but we cannot calculate it exactly, because it is intangible. For example, the effect of the human health and so on. So now they are trying to make approach to calculate how much actually the cost for the bad side, and also the benefit for the good side using the LCA, life cycle assessment. So they want, I mean, from the environmentalists, they want to show that actually this e-waste have more bad side than the good side. So from the result, it can convince the government or the people to avoid to use a short life cycle of EEE equipment. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. I open opportunity to the participants to ask a question to our keynote speakers. Oh, okay. There is a question from Dr. Gunawan. The place is yours, Dr. Gunawan.
Good afternoon, Professor Ansuka. Nice to meet you. And Ms. Christiana Diana. I have a question for Dr. Onisuka. This very interesting presentation. We have same problem, I think, about land use convention. And in Japan, what do you think about the best solution? How to Japan experience to solve this problem about land use conversion? The second one is about smart village. This is very interesting because last presenter, Mr. Zhu said, is about not only tools, but about wisdom. And regarding to Indonesia, it's a big problem because in rural area, they have very low education. And what about Japan? Because as I know, there are many old people in rural area in Japan countries. I think that's, and thank you. Okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for your very good, interesting questions. Yeah, actually, you're asking about the the land use conversion.
Yes, right.
Land use conversion. Okay. So as for the land use conversion, maybe, yeah, of course, we had, Japan had very serious land use conversion issue, especially in the peri-urban areas in the past, because of the expanding population in the city area. But now, even city area, the population has been shrinking. So maybe the land use conversion issue has been a bit different from the past. Yes. And yeah, then I talked about the smart farming technology, yes, as one kind of solution for the future rural sustainability. Yeah. That is because firstly, yeah, as I answered to the organizers' questions, maybe it is for agriculture sustainability. Yeah, agricultural sustainability. But at the same time, I always concerned about the rural or social sustainability. Yeah. Because the agricultural sustainability and rural sustainability are very different, actually. Yeah, of course they are overlapped, but they are different things. And then government, what the current Japanese government is trying to do is that how to sustain the agriculture itself, because agriculture is a very important for the food provision. So it is very beneficial not only for rural areas but rather for urban areas, urban citizens. But at the same time, maybe they do not care much about the rural or social sustainability. So that's why I sometimes introduced in one slide that maybe rural area may be changing to the farmlands, just farmlands. Using the kind of automatic technology like robotics or AI or something like that. But at the same time, so rural area itself, also, of course, the current land use can be sustained using the smart farming technology, maybe. Because if we do not apply those kind of technology, maybe rural area will be abandoned. Rural land use or farmland will be abandoned. So maybe they will be deteriorated and finally going back to, for example, the nature itself. Land use is quite different in the future. But smart farming technology, at least they can have a power to sustain the current land use. But land use is sustained, but society may not be sustained. That is my concern. Sorry, I'm not sure if I can clearly answer to the question, but this is my perspective.
Yes, thank you, Professor. What about the relationship between agriculture sector and tourism? I mean, because tourism. Yes, I see in the internet that there are all villages try to invite more people to the village, and with sustainable agriculture in rural area will be can done, I think.
Yes. Actually, tourism is also a very important topic in the rural planning or rural development in Japan. But now maybe it is very kind of it is very hopeful. If we can just use the tourism as a kind of important industry in rural areas in the future. But of course we face some concerns about rural tourism. The one concern is simply that of course if rural tourism can be revitalized in the future, but now the residents are very old, so they do not have enough power to take care of the tourism itself. And also they do not have a power to, for example, develop some local products, special products or something like that. So maybe if we realize the ideal tourism style in the future in rural areas, so maybe, as we introduced in the slides, maybe some collaborative approach is very necessary. So we need to seek for some support from the outsiders. That is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. Thank you, Pak Gunawan, for the discussions. And I believe that there might be some questions for the participants, but I'm sorry because we have a limited time. So let me read a concluding remark from this keynote sessions. The aging population may become a problem in a wider context because this situation can ruin the human resources and weaken the community functions. On the other hand, ICT provides opportunity to improve communications and networking among rural stakeholders, although there is still a challenge where the rate of internet usage decreases in older age groups. Talking about ICT, we have another challenge in the form of e-waste. This issue rises reflecting the dominant use of electronic devices at the global scale. In the agenda of sustainable development and the implementation of Society 5.0, we need to determine the use of technology in a sustainable way through regulations and good industrial practices. Finally, I would like to say a sincere gratitude to Professor Kenichiro Onizuka and Dr. Christia Mediana, and also thank you to all participants. Now I give time to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Johannes and the speakers for the interesting discussion, especially regarding the communication technology for future rural planning, as well as the global e-waste.
Terima kasih Bapak Johannes serta pembicara atas diskusi dan wawasan yang menarik mengenai teknologi komunikasi untuk masa depan perencanaan desa dan mengenai global e-waste.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to again say our gratitude and thank you for every single keynote speaker, as we have learned a lot from you and for giving us new insight, fruitful discussion, and fascinating opinion regarding today's main theme.
Kami juga ingin menyampaikan terima kasih kepada keynote speakers pada sesi sebelumnya yang telah memberikan pengetahuan, wawasan, sudut pandang, dan diskusi yang menarik berkaitan dengan tema acara pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will move on to the final of this event. This closing session will begin with the performance of the Homben PWK. Homben PWK will perform a mashup of two folk songs, namely Sik-Sik Sibatu Manikam and Hiyoko Tobelo Il. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Hadirin sekalian, kita akan memasuki sesi penutup acara pada hari ini. Sesi penutup akan dimulai dengan penampilan dari Homben PWK. Homben PWK akan menampilkan lagu mashup berupa lagu daerah, yaitu Sik-Sik Sibatu Manikam dan Hiyoko Tobelo Il. Selamat menyaksikan.
outstanding performance by the band. Ladies and gentlemen, this performance is also sponsored by Universitas Brawijaya, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Brawijaya, PP PLN Persero UP3 Malang, and Bantex Indonesia.
Penampilan yang luar biasa dari home band PWK. Penampilan ini juga disponsori oleh Universitas Brawijaya, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Brawijaya, PT PLN Persero UP3 Malang, dan Bantex Indonesia.
To all participants, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for is finally here. This is the moment of awarding for the best paper and the best presenter of the 5th ICPU 2021.
Selanjutnya, momen yang ditunggu-tunggu oleh kita semua, yaitu penghargaan kepada paper terbaik dan presenter terbaik dari sesi paralel The 5th ICPU 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention, because the first winner announcement will be for the best paper of the 5th ICPU 2021. The best paper of the theme Smart and Green Spatial Infrastructure goes to Anugrah Yuta Asmara, AR Rahman Taufik Hidayat, Hideaki Ohyaki, Toshio Mitsufuji, Jordi Grafioto Caballero, with the paper titled Utilization of Solar and Wind Energy to Increase Quality of Life for Rural Communities in Blora, Regency, Indonesia, from triple helix to quadruple helix. Congratulations! The best paper of the theme Creative Human Settlement and Sustainable Urban Development goes to Zulfikar Dinar Wahidayat Putra, with the paper titled Are We Facing Complex Problems or Complex Solutions? A reflection on urban slum neighborhood planning through the lens of complexity, the case of Indonesia. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, the next winner announcement. The best paper of the theme Approaches for Resilient Regional Development goes to Alivia Nada Putri Galuh, Rini Rahmawati, Estinin Praswilande, with the paper titled Predicting and Analyzing the Outbreaks of COVID-19 in DKI Jakarta. Congratulations!
The next awarding is the best presenter for the 5th ICPU 2021. So, for the third best presenter of the 5th ICPU 2021 goes to congratulations to Ibnu Syafri. Ibnu Syafri present his work in the topic of agent-based model framework for reducing private cars' carbon emission through tax policy in Indonesia. So once again, congratulations to Ibnu Syafri. The second best presenter of the 5th ICPU 2021 goes to Felix Gamaliel Pribadi. Felix Gamaliel Kampung Development during the pandemic as the winner of Surabaya Smart City 2020 program. Once again, congratulations to Felix Gamaliel Pribadi. And finally, the most waiting awarding for the first winner of the Best Presenter of the 5th ICPU 2021 goes to Yan Akbar Pamungkas. Yan Akbar presents his work in the topic of monitoring land subsidence induced by groundwater change using satellite gravimetry and water interferometry measurement case study in Surabaya City, Indonesia. Once again, congratulations to Yan Akbar Pamungkas. Again, we would like to congratulate all the awardees of the 5th ICPU 2021. Sekali lagi, selamat kepada seluruh pemenang dari 5th ICPU 2021. And to all the participants, you did a very amazing job today, and we highly appreciate your courage and hard work in today's conference. Dan juga pada seluruh peserta yang luar biasa, kami sangat menghargai usaha dan kerja keras Anda untuk berpartisipasi pada acara kita hari ini. Sekali lagi selamat kepada Yan Akbar Pamungkas sebagai Best Presenter of the 5th ICPU 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, since we already announced all the winners, we now move on to the closing remarks from the head of executive of the 5th ICPU 2021, Mr. Gunawan Prayitno. So to Mr. Gunawan Prayitno, the time is yours. Selanjutnya adalah sambutan penutup oleh Ketua Panitia The 5th ICPU 2021, yaitu Mr. Gunawan Prayitno. Kepada Bapak Gunawan, kami persilakan.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of all of you, I would like to thank our keynote speakers, Insinyur Muhammad Basuki Hadi Mulyono, Dr. Emil Elistianto Dardak, Profesor Kobayashi Kiyoshi, Profesor Kinichiro Onitsuka, Profesor Murakami Keisuke, Dr. Cek Ristia Mediana, Dr. Joe Rafet, Dr. Suprapedi, all the authors, fellow lecturers, and participants whose contributions are highly appreciated by us. We also thank all those who have been involved in organizing this event. All of your attendance and participation certainly makes this conference content and successful. We have come to the end of the 5th International Planning Conference in the era of uncertainty. It is time to conclude this lively conference and seminar. We say thank to you, our dear friends and colleagues who have participated in this conference and seminar. It is an honor to be entrusted with such an extraordinary and open-minded event. It was supported by a total of 278 participants from 6 countries, 70 articles, which among those presented by 44 participants and followed by 150 participants, non-presenters. In addition, this event also supported by 8 keynote speakers that represent our academic partner and planning experts all the way from Indonesia, Qatar, and United Kingdom. With our agenda that have been discussed in the presentation by representative of planning experts and participants, our minds are filled with astonishing and overwhelming information, statistics, interpretation, vision, as well as some idea about the condition and challenge of rural and urban linkage in planning context. Indeed, there are many things that must be reflected, adjusted, and justified by individual or collective contribution, which is our main goal for this conference. During the preparation and implementation of the conference, for sure, there were challenges that we had faced as new experience, especially in this pandemic era, where our seminar and conference activities have turned into online event. It was required several more efforts, such as network preparation and strengthening form and cooperation between each party. And through the accomplishment of this ICPU, thankfully we can overcome these challenges, which of course also cannot be carried out successfully without from all your support. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we have been actively participating throughout the day, and I'm sure you are all looking forward to a good rest. So I'm very grateful for your participation. Hope you have a nice day. We look forward to welcoming you again at the next international conference on the planning in the era of uncertainty, which is expected in 2023, to discuss other issues and obstacles to the development of sustainability in the planning field at the 6th ICPU. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Gunawan, for the closing remarks.
Terima kasih Bapak Gunawan atas sambutan yang diberikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the previous speech, we marks the end of today's conference. But before you leave, please check the chat box and fill in the final registration in order for you to be eligible for the certificate.
Dengan demikian berakhirlah acara The 5th ICPU hari ini. Sebelum Anda meninggalkan ruangan, mohon memeriksa kolom chat dan mengisi link registrasi akhir untuk keperluan sertifikat Anda.
My name is Kathleen Meira Darta.
And my name Amala Iqbar Farah.
That is all from us. Thank you for your attention and see you in the 6th ICPU next year.
Kita balik ulang kasar